Okay. Oof. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome to episode 45 of Shrine Talk, where I have a podcast just about every month, and I usually have a guest and we talk about stuff. And of course, my guest for today is none other than Gian. Say hello, Gian.
Hello, everyone. Hi.
Yes, Gian is a very, very good friend of mine, at least I hope.
Yes, I would
Yeah.
hope so too.
All right, of course. Would you like to introduce yourself to the Foxtrots?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is John. I am your residential demon lord here in hell. Hello. I stream on YouTube and Twitch. Now recently, but yeah. Does that work as an intro?
Yeah, that works as an intro. I mean, you can also share like what do you usually stream and stuff.
Ah. Well, I usually do drawing streams, so I do double a little. So if you do like doubling, I double. I also play a little bit of spoopy games, and I like to play Splatoon. Hmm.
Are
Yeah,
you
yeah.
sure you like to play Splatoon?
Yeah, just a little, not a lot.
Yeah, just enough to give people who don't really play Splatoon to convince them to join the Splatoon brain rot with you, right?
If not having the game is a factor for not trying the game, let me eliminate that for you. What can I say?
Yeah, little context for Foxtrots for those of y'all who might have forgotten or did not know. One time when John was streaming, I was just being chilling with her and the rest of the Nekotama B-tubbers, and she was streaming Splatoon, and she, of course, asked me, "Wait, Yoko, you play FPS? Like, you play shooters?" I'm like, "Yeah." Do you play Splatoon? I'm like, not really into Splatoon, but I've tried like Splatoon 1 and 2. It's pretty fun, but I just don't have enough people to play. And then
And
she's
I was,
like,
of
"Are
course,
are, are, are you sure about that? Are you sure
well, I
about
mean, I was like, let me fix that. Allow me to fix that.
Yeah, allow me to fix that. Sends me a fucking US gift card code. Well, I guess I have Splatoon now.
From across the world.
From across the
From hell
world.
to the surface, I suppose.
Yeah, and the least I could do, like, I did make a promise, and I do plan to keep this promise if and when Splatoon 4 releases. I'm buying that shit on day one. I'm buying that shit on day one. Just so that John cannot rub it in my face like, haha, I got you the game before you did.
How'd you know I would have done such a thing?
Oh, fuck. Because
I know how many people I've dragged in, and I've kept tabs.
because you love Splatoon just a little bit.
Just a little bit, not a lot.
Yeah,
I'm just your average woomy.
yeah, just a teeny tiny bit. So yeah. So for today our topic is going to be video games, and how it has become like a creative art form, especially in the whole scope of, entertainment industry that has been sort of a thing that has been kind of like studied, criticized, analyzed, and sort of received from other entertainment forms like, TV, films, movies, anime. They're more than just entertainment, right? Because people put them under the magnifying glass of like, ooh, this is a work of art. And of course, how having fun in of itself can be can be an art. But of course, as I usually do, during my our Shrine Talk episodes, the first half will always be kind of like leading into the main topic so we can get some sort of context and a little bit of, minor subtext that will be relevant to the main topic, and then we move on to the main topic. All right. So, without further ado, Sorry. Without further ado, let's begin. Of course,
Yeah.
first question. So, what's the first video game console you played on?
So I was prepping for this.
Hmm.
um, my first like family console. So Papa John. For those that don't know, Papa John is my pops, basically my dad.
Hmm.
Papa John is a bit of a gamer, or was a bit of a gamer before he became a father.
Wow.
um, yeah. So he had the N64, and
Ooh.
so he's had the Nintendo N64, and he had a bunch of games like Metroid. He had what else? I wish I didn't know the name and I couldn't search it up, but it's the one where there's these two guys in military uniform and there's like an alien invasion. I don't know what that is. But there's that game, and then the obvious one I think was maybe Mario.
Hmm.
So that was the technical first video game console I played on, and since then it was like a really it was a big gap. Like we had the N64 before I even had where all my friends had like the GameCube or things like that, you know.
Oh,
But
wow.
my first actual console though is probably the DS.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I started with Nintendo. I don't know if you guys see a pattern here. I started with
Hmm.
Nintendo and kind of just like it's funny because the biggest gamer in my family is my IT sibling,
Hmm.
and I call him my IT sibling, but he's just my brother.
Hmm.
um he's the bigger gamer and he calls me a Nintendo baby because that's all I've touched back
You,
then anyway.
you know those subtle foreshadowing memes that have been showing up all over social media?
The foreshadowing memes?
Yeah, the subtle foreshadowing. Oh, you
Uh
don't?
no.
Oh,
What
you
is that?
don't? Okay.
What is it?
Well, you know how in some games or some forms of media, sometimes there are subtle foreshadowings as to what's gonna happen next, right?
Hmm.
Like, I can, I'll try my best to illustrate it. So, like, tell me, like, one of your most memorable or favorite, like, I don't know, plot twists or big moments in a video game that you've played.
Plot twist in a video game. Like I was so shocked and couldn't believe.
Or like a
Um,
really important scene, you're like, oh my god, it has been leading up to this moment. That kind of thing.
oh, um, hmm. That's. I think the first one that comes to mind, like an actual shocker, is probably the. Oh, you stumped me.
Oh.
um, like I don't. I can't, like one that just really shocked me, or they were like hinting it. You mean?
Hmm. Well, just a really like important moment in a video game that you're like, oh wow, it's been leading up to this. It doesn't have to be something that was teased or anything. That's the whole point of the meme.
Oh, like like I don't. I guess like an Ebe, which is like an indie horror game,
I remember
slightly
it.
horror.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ebe. Yeah, when you find out that Mary is obviously like not good, I
Mm.
think, or
Ah.
if not,
Okay.
if not Mary, or even no, I got you. So
Okay.
okay, do you know Witch's House? That was the last time I can. That's the first one that I can come up with anyway right now. But
Mm-hmm.
Witch's House, when you find out that actually spoiler alert, um, that the main character you played was actually the villain the whole time, and you weren't a
Okay.
good.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So you can just imagine when the game drops that bombshell on you, right? And
Hmm.
basically, how the meme goes, they'll show like any particular scene in the game where, for example, I guess in this part where you are the main character and you're having a conversation with like another NPC or whatever, or you're having internal monologue like, who is behind this, yada yada yada. And every time that scene progresses for like one or like 5 frames, it's just the plot twist or the key moment playing out for like 1 frame. it does that over and over
Oh.
again until that happens.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so
I see. I
I
see.
can just imagine when you were playing like Nintendo games or whatever, since your sibling did call you a Nintendo baby, I can just imagine while you were playing games, like every few like yeah, subtle foreshadowing meme. There's just the first note of the Splatoon meme
Oh.
playing out. I made one. I'll send you a clip I posted on Twitter a couple of days ago just so you can sort of internalize the meme itself.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I'll
Send
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 it
it to
during
me.
intermission. Right. So you
Hmm.
did start off with an N64. Wow. Dang.
Yeah.
Classic
I mean,
console.
I wasn't sentient enough to know,
Mhm. Mhm.
to use it properly. I kind of just like liked inserting the game into it and just being like, yeah, it turns on.
Mm.
So that was probably my very first console. I grew up with it, but I tried. I remember. I think we still have it somewhere in the house. Even. What was
Mm.
yours? What was
Oh,
your first?
mine was I also started with the Nintendo 64.
Oh.
And inversely, none of my parents were particularly gamers. It was really just me and my brother. And I think this
Oh.
was around when the PlayStation was getting released. So practically back then, a little history lesson for everyone. Although
Me
it
too.
was yeah, although it was called the Nintendo Entertainment System, they were still being marketed and sold, particularly in the West, as toys. Because it's kind of like how they were able to sell the console there to kids in particular. Because, again, because, when you hear the word toy, especially back then, the first image, oh, it's something you buy for kids, right? You buy kids' toys.
Mm.
And that's kind of how Japan marketed the Nintendo Entertainment System in the West. And that did lead to a couple of problems because, um, with how like product practices are with toys, there are things you can and cannot do with well, toys, right? So of
Mm-hmm.
course with video games, there were certain rules they had to follow. And yeah, that did kind of hinder video games back then for a while until they were then accepted as like an entertainment thing, especially with the whole arcade boom and home console boom. But yeah, the first console I
Ah.
did play on was the Nintendo 64. I still vividly remember we had Star Fox 64, Super Mario 64, Mario Kart.
Wow,
Um,
Mario Kart. Wow.
yeah, I did play GoldenEye as well. And man, this was back in the day when yeah, I'm not ashamed of it. This was when getting video games in the Philippines was very difficult because we
Mm.
did not enjoy the like shopping privileges of other countries since we kind of still are a developing country. But of course, things have gotten better since then. So getting actual original games here is a lot easier now. But back then, oh my god. If you could, they were insanely marked up because we did not have a local like distributor here in particular in Southeast Asia until like just a couple of years back. So yeah, that means
Oh wow.
translation. A lot of us here in the Philippines had to cuff sail the seven seas to get games for like even until PS2 era. It has been like that for a while.
Oh
But of
wow.
course, with Nintendo cartridges, like you got original or you did not get a copy until the Doctor V was created. For
Doctor
those,
V. What
yeah,
is
okay,
Doctor V?
all right, a little history lesson for everyone who does not know what a Doctor V is. So, a Doctor V, at least that's what I call. That's what it's called. I'll do a quick Google if that's what it's called. Is it? Yeah, Doctor V64. Yeah. I'm right. All right. So the Doctor V is a big, bulky hardware. Um, I wouldn't say accessory. It's kind of like if you were building a Lego, or if you were like uh almost building a Gundam. It's a big, bulky, white piece of hardware that you put the Nintendo on top of, and basically you can load a disc, and the Nintendo will read data from that disc. And you can see where this is going. Because obviously, with cartridges, it's not very easy to particularly, wink wink, sail the seven seas to get a cartridge of a game. Discs, however, that's a lot easier. So basically, that's how a lot of people back then kind of found a middle ground of getting wink copies of Nintendo 64 games. They got a Dr. V, they attached their Nintendo 64 on it, and then the disc had a bunch of games, and then they loaded it through that.
Oh, I mean, I never had one of those, but like Papa John would come home and be like, "I got a game for you." And this is when I had the old DS, right? And I'd be
Mhm.
like, "Oh, yippee, a game." And a lot of times I don't know what it is, but it's like initially it's for the Game Boy, I think.
Mm.
And I think DS used to be able to play Game Boy games still,
Yeah, you had a slot on the
right?
bottom. I remember. You had two cartridge slots, one
Yeah.
for DS, one for GBA.
Yeah, so I don't know where, but Papa John got his sources. And basically it would like maybe it would like for example, it would have a, you know, um copy of a game
Mm.
not not necessarily on the game itself, like not as pictured. And I'd
Mm.
put it in and I'd be like, "Oh boy, I'm going to play the Mario game." But it's not Mario, it's something else.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, I had like it's something similar in a sense, but it would be like, and or sometimes it'd be a cartridge that's completely empty, and I'd be like, "What is this?" I'd put it in, and the first screen it loads into is a long list of like titles. And back then, Babu John, was like, "What is this?" So I'd like go down the list, click it, and it would start the game, and I'd be like, "Whoa!" One on this one powerful cartridge. So I mean, those were the days. Those were the days. So I get you when you say like some games were kind of
Oops.
difficult.
So yeah, for those who are curious what the hell a V64 is, I'm showing it on screen right now. That is exactly what it is. This
I've
white,
never seen that.
yeah, it's on stream right now if you're looking at it. But yeah,
Yeah.
that white piece of plastic at the bottom, you basically put your N64 on top of that thing, and you can see there's a disc slot. That's where people loaded games from. Yeah,
Wow.
this was a time where just about every gamer in the Philippines was an honorary pirate. getting
Relatable.
getting original copies of games back then was nearly impossible. And if you could, it is insanely marked up.
Oh.
Yeah, that was one major problem we had to deal with for a while. Yeah.
I mean, that I think back then it was like a lot more difficult, just overall, not just like, especially I guess in the Philippines is where it's hard to get, but even just some, like I don't know where Papa John got his sources, but he'd get it. So
Well, really outside of Japan, like mainland Europe and America, it is not easy getting a copy, period, of video games. Not until
yeah,
the market itself just, oof,
opened up.
how fast the market just blew up.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. And then, of course, that's where I slowly, well, not really slowly, I just fell into the video game rabbit hole. I became a gamer the moment I took control of that wonky N64 controller. And a
Mm.
little bit of a humble brag. My brother Nari had difficulty getting all 120 stars, and he's 7 years older than me. And I got
Wow.
all 120 stars before he did.
They do say that the younger sibling always does seem to do better in games. I can believe that.
Well,
I would believe that.
I'd like to believe all it takes is just practice, practice, practice. Anyone can get good in games.
That's true.
But
That
of
is true.
course, the most important part about video games is not even being good, but it's about having fun, which is a clever segue into the next question.
Oh, that's crazy.
What is the most fun you have had in playing a game?
What is the most fun I had in playing a game?
You cannot say
For
Splatoon.
me. Oh, come on! That was the first thing
Sorry. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That's the first thing I put in there. I mean, I play other games than Splatoon, guys. I swear.
Hey.
But Splatoon is one of my favorite games that, like, from a long time in Nintendo wise that I liked. But I did note some other things, there's this old game called Drawn to Life. I've mentioned this on my stream before, and it kind of speaks to why I like to Dooble a little bit, is because Drawn to Life was this DS or 3DS, I can't remember, but like this 3DS game. Maybe it was DS, but it's basically where you create your own hero and you save this world. Like it's like there's this village that's in trouble of these dark ink like monsters. And
Mhm.
so you as the hero is summoned into this world, or not really summoned but created in this world.
Drawn to
to
the
save
world.
it.
Wink, wink.
Yeah, drawn into life, drawn to life.
Mm.
So, and the overall message and the idea of the game was one of my favorites growing up, because it had probably sparked to how I am today with drawing. I kind of like, I loved creating original characters and things like that, and drawing like friends as original characters. So maybe it kind of stems from that game almost, because it sparks your creativity. Aspects of the game you had to draw, sometimes I think the enemies, you draw your own enemies. They give you like a basic, like the hitbox and whatnot, and you kind of fill it in from there.
Oh, that's clever.
So like, and even instruments that you use in the game, like tools and whatnot, your own weapon, like you'd get a sword. I think at one point you can design your own sword. So it really it really touched upon the creativity, and I think it utilized the DS's feature very well with the pen, and it was pixel art too.
That's one thing Nintendo really likes to do. They really like to squeeze the creative juices of its players.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that this game wasn't like a official Nintendo game or anything. I think it was like this own small company that did it, and so that was one of my favorites. Like most fun game I had. Other ones I listed were like Kid Icarus and which is like the first in a long time since the original, like, I don't know, N64 games back then. I never played the first one, but I played the very very recent one that they had. So that one was a lot of fun for me too. Which I guess is all Nintendo at this point.
No, that's fine. I mean, it's understandable. Most of the stuff that you play are Nintendo games, so it makes sense that, most fun you've had in a play game, yeah, definitely Nintendo. So, and it's very poetic, right? Because John here illustrated, like, Drawn to Life. Like, the game itself is creativity practically personified, manifested into not just the style, but the core gameplay mechanics and everything, right? And you look at, this might fly over people's heads, but you look at not even Tears of the Kingdom, but Breath of the Wild. Like, come on, Yoko, the puzzle shrines. I'm like, nope, I'm not even talking about the puzzle shrines. Like, that's very straightforward. But you look at the very oh, hello, you. You look at the like advanced or under the hood gameplay tech that a lot of people came across. Like, of course, my favorite is Wind Bomb Glide. And it is a funny but actual mechanic where, okay, this will sound like a speedrun tech, but it is what speedrunners use. Essentially, you basically plant a square bomb, and then when you jump, you detonate a bomb you put before, because the thing is, Link is, well, as you can see from the ragdoll mechanics of the game, Link is heavily influenced by physics. And the thing is, the bombs that he carries around, they have their own physics. So the thing is, the bombs in Breath of the Wild, they are not really particularly used to hurt enemies, as weird as it sounds. Bombs are used kind of like to space enemies out, to knock them over, and for puzzles mostly, like in previous Legend of Zelda games. So basically, what people did was they bomb jumped in a specific order, so that the first bomb pushes the square bomb at high velocity, and it connects with Link, which then catapults Link in the direction the bomb was going. And that's essentially a bomb jump. And because of that momentum, you can then activate your glider and you'll just zoom across the map. That's how people covered long distances without using stamina on their glider.
Oh, so like game hacks.
Yeah, and that's
In a
really
sense.
like, that is one example of creativity, because you don't even have a solid foundation other than here are some tools. But the game never once really like, hey, do you know that you can kind of propel yourself frontwards with it? Like, sometimes people will mistakenly, oh, ow, okay, I detonated that bomb too close. But unless you were creative enough to wait,
What if?
what if?
But
Yeah,
what if?
exactly, right? What if? And that's just one technique. And that is something that has been present in games before and in some games now. Of course, we will discuss that later on more.
Yeah. I was just gonna add that like it's interesting where players add into the game in the sense like sometimes I remember like for some games I can't name them, but developers would be shocked at the way players even discover a mechanic in the game, and the devs are like,
Yes.
huh, I didn't see that, but that works. Kind of like that.
I mean, sometimes it is put in the game intentionally, or it's a little bit of like jankiness that people kind of made their own thing into a new form in of itself. And a little history lesson. Fighting games right now, of course, whenever people hear fighting games, immediately think, oh yeah, combos. That was not a thing before. Do you know that combos were essentially a bug? Yeah, comboing in video games were actually a bug. And one of the producers, I think, or directors of Street Fighter 2, where comboing started, he thought, yes, correct you, in Street Fighter 2, he thought that combos were unfair. Basically hitting somebody without them being able to fight back. He thought it was unfair. However, because it was a bug that people could still do, people had so much fun with it that it struck a chord, and just about every fighting game since then had a combo system. In some other universe, fighting games would not be like that. Oh dear. Yeah.
Without combos, that's crazy.
It's wild to think about, yeah. As for me, the most fun I've had in playing a game, I think the easiest would definitely be, I don't know, Resident Evil 4. I have 1,300 hours in that goddamn single player game.
Whoa!
Yeah, as a friend, as a mutual foxtrot and friend said, Madsa said, I could probably play that game in my sleep.
Wow!
I don't know.
What do you like about it? What do you like?
It's the game. The gameplay loop is just really fun. I mean, I really love Resident Evil as a franchise, but that game is just filled to the brim with mechanics and like it's a good delicate balance of action and survival horror. Like, yeah,
Ah.
because Resident Evil, of course, whenever people think Resident Evil, they think zombies, and the identity has always
Yeah.
been RE is a survival horror. I mean, I think it was either 0 or 1, but whenever you load a save file, the game will always tell you enter the survival horror. So that's what people identified and branded Resident Evil as. Like, yeah, enter the survival horror. That is Resident Evil. So, brief history lesson. I don't want to lengthen this tangent too long. Of course, with RE4, it can really be a video in of itself. But the development for RE4 was so problematic that, at some point, Devil May Cry was RE4 at one point. I am not joking.
What?
Yeah, Devil May Cry was a prototype of RE4. That's how problematic the development was. And kind of like
Hmm.
how Sekiro is. I mean, you've played Souls games, so you should be familiar with
Yeah.
Sekiro. Sekiro
Mm.
initially started as a Tenchu project, but it became so detached from the Tenchu identity, they could not sell it and produce it as a Tenchu title. So Devil May Cry was so detached from RE as a title, they're like, okay, we have done too much to just scrap this project, so we may as well sell it as another project. And holy shit, what a wonderful mistake that was. And it's quite poetic because what did everyone's favorite artist say? There are no mistakes, just happy accidents. Yeah, Devil May Cry was a happy accident. But yeah, RE4 just really broke the boundary of what the identity of RE and survival horror was. That's why most people call it an action survival horror. Because
Not
combat is
really.
not something you're actively looking forward to, but combat is fun and sort of
Mm.
encouraged, just in a creative way.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you still had to
Hmm.
save ammo. Enemies could still effectively kill you because you're not Doom guy. You're not someone who can just take hits all day. No, you can't. Eventually, you
True.
will run out of resources and you will die. But
Yeah.
outside of video games that I've played, God knows how many hours, maybe most fun I've had in playing a game. I would probably say fighting games in general, but in particular Tekken. I made a lot of
Mm.
friends playing Tekken. I love that franchise so much. I love Tekken. I love
Mm.
fighting games.
Yeah. Fighting games are fun. Actually, fighting games like Street Fighter was my dad's favorite, Papa John's favorite.
Oh,
Yeah, he really liked Street Fighter. He loved using Chun-Li, and I don't think he's tried any of the newer ones as he's gotten older
mm-hmm.
and all and busy with other demon duties. But that was growing up, that was what I'd watch him and IT sibling play was Street Fighter. And then of course me wanting to try to copy them, I would button smash. So I wasn't necessarily good, and I don't think I would be considered like a fighter game connoisseur or I don't know, pro, but it's fun. I'm just not good at memorizing. My memory is good for the combos, for example.
Well, times have changed. As long as you're having fun mashing buttons, guess what? You're a fighting gamer now.
I'm a fighting gamer.
Yeah.
I guess I guess I should try it out.
To hell with
The
the
only-
gatekeepers. They're
There's
just
gate-
mashing buttons. They're having fun. Shut the hell up.
I am a button smasher 100%.
Let them have
Well,
fun.
sometimes I think when I go hardcore and I'm like I do try to remember some combos. Like Relink recently had was probably the most recent game that it has combos per se to that
Hmm.
extent.
Yeah.
So Relink was one of them I played. In terms of combos. I think
Yeah.
now that I'm more sentient compared to the thing is a lot of these games when I tried them out, I was not sentient enough to know what I was doing, like registering that the commands and stuff. And that's just my brain. That was my
Can't wait.
brain.
I can't wait for you to get your hands on Monster Hunter Wilds.
Oh my god, I'm excited for
Yeah,
Monster Hunter
everyone
Wilds.
is very much
Oh,
excited.
yeah, the combos in Monster Hunter Wild. That was really fun. I really like that. That's really, or just Monster Hunter in general. My first
Hmm.
one was Rise, but I had a lot of fun with it, and then I got World, and now I'm waiting for I'm waiting for Wilds. So I really like
Everyone
it.
is waiting for Wilds. Yeah.
So exciting, yeah. I forgot. Yeah, that has a combo.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right.
That yeah.
Moving on to the next question, which is a little bit not exactly the simple one, a little more deep dive.
Mm.
So, you just go. So, what would you say gave you more of an impetus to play than just fun?
More than just fun.
Yeah.
I really thought about this. But like, I basically wrote down like competitive games because it started becoming where I wanted to get good. I was having fun, but fun became not the most not the important. I got blinded per se. I went through the gamer route of toxicity,
Oh.
which is where I'm gonna say competitive gaming. And I put down here as an example was a very small niche game called like Identity 5, Identity V.
Oh no.
Ye-
Ah, I remember when I was still active in Facebook, a lot of my friends back in uni were just posting stuff from Identity 5. Like, I don't know what this game is, but my god,
yeah.
why is the community so intensely passionate about this game?
It's a brainwashing type of game. I don't know what it is. I think you know what it is that basically for those that don't know, because it is still kind of a small niche game. It is a anime Coraline ish Dead by Daylight mobile game. It's basically the same mechanics as Dead by Daylight. But it's a mobile game. And for me, that I started playing that. That's when I like something unlocked in me
Oh,
where I
no.
was like I want to get good. I don't want to like at first it was just hee hee ha ha. I like this. This is fun. But then it became more than just fun. It became like I wanted to be number 1.
My
So,
god.
yeah, it was where I got to the point where like it started with friends and then it became like I'm not good enough. I need to do better. And then it went from there, and overall that is what I would say. That's a game as an example. Otherwise, I have mentioned before on my streams when I play Splatoon, I don't play rank or anything anymore, but I used to, and rank used to make me like sometimes it's funny because I just recently had a convo about games and how it like unlocks feelings,
Yeah.
or at least, and I'm sure that's what the developers hope to, get from players. But for me, like it unlocks that at that time with IDV or Identity 5, it unlocked something in me in a bad way. And in ranked of Splatoon, it unlocked something within me in terms of stressful things where it was fun, but it also like for my mindset, I wanted to get good. It almost became like a sport per se.
I
So
can
like how
just it's kind of like a Renaissance painting for me. It's like the average gamer like dying for the umpteenth time in the soul, like god damn it, throws her fucking controller on the wall. And then average Splatoon gamer, it's just John like dying to like another splat roller. You piece of cheap shit. She yeets the controller at the TV.
dude, I don't know. I'm always like, don't ever think Splatoon is for kids. it's an intense. If you've ever jumped into a Splatoon ranked match and you get past like A at least, yo, it is as intense as any other FPS game. Maybe is what I would say. No, not even Splatana. It was more like the Splat Roller. I have, or not even Splat Roller. I mentioned before on my stream about how about like certain weapons that I hated, which was like the arrow spray because it was like a game. Okay, hot take. I was saying that basically
Mhm.
it's like it doesn't take much skill. It's
Mhm.
and that's where it became more than just fun because I wanted to get good at something. That this wasn't just like my like childish. I want to get better at my ABCs. It was no. I want to get better at splatting my enemies.
Man, just imagine John on the surface. Oh wow, look at this cute little demon gremlin gamer. Aw, and then but internally she's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Externally, yeah, I like Splatoon. Oh, me too. Internally, I'll fucking kill you.
I will destroy you and your whole family.
Get sniped from across the map. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna splat you.
No, there is a gear stat that was in the game that's in the game, and it's called like it's like I think it's called something ink. So like, and basically it allows you to see through walls. So
Ooh.
if and basically if and it only allows I think it only allows you to see through walls. I could be wrong, but see through walls of the enemy that splatted you,
Ah.
or so yeah. So I think it was like that. And that was the worst thing to give to me because after I'd get splat, I could see them through walls and I hunted them down.
Hmm.
I went for the kill.
So
But
you
that
did
was
the Dead by Daylight equivalent of tunneling. I see. Gotcha.
I absolutely if they were genuine I think the thing is like if they were genuinely good, I was like, no, I fear them. I'm a very humble demon, or I know where my powers lay. If I was overpowered, I just knew to avoid them.
I can just
Because
imagine like your teammates. Uh, Gian Squid. There's a splat roller that just killed 3 of us, and they're painting the rest of our
I don't
turf.
care.
She's like,
I
"This isn't
don't
about
care.
you. This isn't about you.
The game doesn't matter no more.
This isn't about you."
The game doesn't matter. The game matters whether I get this revenge.
My God.
I mean, of course I played objectively. Objective
Mm.
first, toxicity second, but you know.
Let's see. If I were to think back of what game would you say gave me something more fun impetus to play than just fun? I know it
Mm,
sounds kind of late, but it's not like I was not playing competitively in games back
mm.
then. I mean, when you play fighting games long enough, eventually that competitive drive will kick in sooner or later. And I did have that. And that did carry over to other games that have a competitive mode. Like, I remember when I did play a lot of like Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah, Rainbow Six Siege. I did play ranked to the point where I think the highest I got was like plat. No, I was able to get the diamond at least once, but I was
Mm.
regularly plat in that game. It was fun, but my
Oh,
God, it was hard to have fun when you're focused so much on the competitiveness. And
yeah.
I guess when I played Elden Ring, this is where I find a very nice niche middle ground for me. And yes, I am talking about trying to defeat Malenia without getting hit even once. And
Oh, that's tough.
like the thing is, a lot of these no-hit runs, they are of either the two extremes. They are either extremely cheesy or they are just insanely like those only a speedrunner with extreme focus can do this because they're like level 1 base gear. All their stats are base. So they cannot even use the stronger weapons. They just are pure skill. Me,
Mm.
on the other hand, I had a more like, as much as these guides are not wrong, and these guides do produce results, I wanted to find kind of like, I wanted to do it my way. And that's kind of like how I tackle games a lot. I don't really look at guides because for me, part of the fun in a game, whenever it presents a problem for me, be it a boss fight that's hard or a build, finding that right quote unquote build in a game, for me, that's a puzzle in of itself that I want to solve by myself. That's why when I beat Melania for the first time without getting hit even once,
Wow.
it took me 2 days, about 6 to 8 hours per day. So that's a total of like 12 to 16 hours if you do the math. Um
Oh wow.
yeah. I do not consider it a cheese build, even though arguments can be made for it because again, definition of cheese is very subjective. But for me it was a balance of like, no, this build is very comfortable, very strong, but it's not strong to the point where I can turn my brain off. And my method really did also rely on skill. So that's kind of like what
That,
started my impetus of just like, not just to have fun, but I like the thrill of being faced with a challenge, a problem to
mm.
solve, and finding my own way. Not just brute forcing it, but finding my own way to beat it without looking at any guides.
Yeah. Um, Speaking of like Elden Ring, my one of my first like so I just recent I didn't usually play Dark Souls type of games. Um, I'm relatively new to it. The my first Dark Souls like or not sorry, not Dark Souls. Souls like
Sounds like,
game.
yeah.
Yeah, Souls like game is I didn't mention this, but most fun games. This was Liza P. I had a
Mm,
lot of fun with Liza P.
you clearly
And
did.
yeah. I didn't think I knew I was gonna struggle, but I know what you mean by skill base, and that ties in with like Splatoon too,
Mm.
where I felt like I got better when I'm able to solve like I don't know, like certain attack patterns or just like get better at using a specific weapon. And even in like for Eliza P, when I finally beat a boss, I get it. It feels like, yeah, I did that. It's a different skill, you know?
Yeah, I'm that if in a team-based game, I'm that type of teammate. If you tell me like, but that's weak, sorry, I'm like, all due respect, I no. I like this. But this does better, but
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, I don't care about meta. I like the feeling of this.
The only thing that's meta more for me is fun. That's the only thing I
Yeah.
put
No,
stock on.
100%.
That's the only
100%.
meta that matters to me. If I don't find something fun, I'm just not gonna
Mhm.
use it. If you find it fun, good
Yeah.
for you. If anything,
Yeah.
that counts as a loss on my end. But if you don't see
Mhm.
what I see as fun, I can also count that it's your loss. It's a shame.
Yeah,
Hopefully
I get
one day
that.
you can see it as fun. Hopefully one day I can see what you do as fun. But man, sometimes I just can't
Exactly.
budge.
Oh yeah, I get that absolutely. They're like, "Oh no, you got to do this, this, and this." I'm like, no, thank you. I like the way I'm doing it. It
You
works for
should you
me.
should use this weapon. It literally does
Mm,
everything. There's no weakness, but it cannot do one thing. Oh yeah, what is that? Give me fun.
Give me fun. Yeah. Is it fun?
Checkmate, sir.
Not sure about that.
Yeah, not sure about that at all. Like
Mm.
maybe it will make this fight easier. Maybe it will get me more wins, but it sure as hell will not provide me the fun I need or want.
Yeah, the motivation to even continue even.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it might make my life easier, but what's the fun in that?
Hmm.
I want to feel something. I want to feel accomplished.
Yes, everyone is always looking for something in particular to feel whenever
Mhm.
they play games, which segues perfectly into the next question.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. So I see a lot of these posts everywhere, be it YouTube videos, Twitter, like
Mm.
Twitch just chatting, whatever. But how excited are you for new video game releases?
How
Because
excited.
just a little pretext. I think people tend to underestimate how difficult it is to not make games, but it is difficult. But the final hurdle, which is usually the hardest in my opinion, is how to sell games. Like
Mm.
getting people excited for your game sometimes is much harder than making your game. And that is why a lot of indie games, which are by nature a lot less risky because the budget is lower, so usually the
Mm-hmm.
expectations are lower, but when it's a hit, it's a big hit. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yep. Yoko's about to say Signalis. This is, you're right. I cannot stop yapping about my favorite space lesbian survival horror game. Signalis was literally made by like what, 2 people? And it's like one of the most celebrated survival horror games you can get right now. Like, if you played that game from start to finish, you would be hard pressed to think, this is indie? This is made by 2 people? Yes. That game is a fucking
Mm.
masterpiece made by 2 people. And again, survival horror in of itself is very niche. Like the most
Mm-hmm.
popular genres right now are the simulation games, farming games, shooters,
Mm-hmm.
exploration. Those kinds of games are very, very popular. But survival horror is very niche because, of course, horror,
It
not many
is.
people can stand horror. And
Yeah.
survival, not many people have the patience for managing resources. Like, no, if you give me a gun, I want to shoot. I don't want to think about, do I shoot here or not? No, 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 no. Not many
Oh.
people can handle that. But they
Mm-hmm.
embraced it and they're like, nope, we know what we're doing. But that's why a lot of games are like AAA, AA, indie. It can be made,
Mm-hmm.
but selling it is where it's very tricky. So yeah, how excited are you for new video game releases like on a regular basis?
Um, I'd say I would say that in terms of how excited I am, I fall under that category of like if it piques my interest. So I guess I would be considered a picky eater when it comes to gaming.
Mm-hmm.
But like um it's like I get really excited if it's like, a new Splatoon game. Oh my god, I'm excited, of course, because I'm used to it, right? It's a game that I like to play,
Mm-hmm.
but I would I was like I listed some games that I would list some games that I'm excited for. For example, is like you know how you said you were excited for horror survival games because there's not many that come out. It's like that.
Hmm.
For me, it's like the small um the small niches that I like. So I like horror, like I like spoopy retro games, right? Or indie games, that type of vibe, that general
Hmm.
like RPG, um, not really adventurous, but kind of has story driven with interesting mechanics. I get really excited for those type of games, and usually, I'll get those. Like for example, you know how they always release game trailers, right?
Yeah.
I'm not really one to search those up, but IT Sibling will show me game trailers and then he'll be like, I think you would like this game. And that's usually how I get introduced to a game
I
because
remember when Game Trailers was a
yeah,
website.
that's a thing.
Yeah, that used to be a thing. It shut down a couple of years ago. Sad.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, now it's like it's by referral in terms of what games that I have. It's either referral or it somehow feeds into my feed, and I'm like, what is this? I need to know what this is, and I'll like start checking it out and looking more into like the actual gameplay and whether I'm capable of playing it. But once I learn a bit, or I just see a bit, I'm also a very um cosmetic driven
Hmm.
or
That's
graphics
fair.
driven. Graphics driven. If there's pretty graphics nowadays, for example, I'm like, ooh, sign me up on that. Say less. So I love those type of games, like anything that's prettier for the eyes. But even if they're not pretty and they're indie, right? I like, for example, one game that's coming out is Amanda the Adventurer, and I didn't know anything about the second game that was coming out. I didn't even play the first, but I was like, yeah, this looks cool. I love these type of games, like
Oof.
retro deemed, retro deemed video game, and it's spoopy. That's also spoopy. I was like, yeah. So that's what I mean by like that's like one of the examples coming out next week, by the way, guys.
Mm. There are
Like
lots of
that.
things releasing next.
Yeah. I even like, for example, we went over Monster Hunter Wilds, right? That's coming out
Yeah,
next year.
next year,
I
Feb.
what Yeah, when they before they even like they announced the release date and they only gave the first initial trailer, I remember I was like, "Oh my god, dude, look at it!" Right?
Yeah.
I was, and all they gave us was not really even. I think the first trailer didn't give us any of the mechanics itself, right? It was
No, but
more
it was
about
just a
the
teaser.
world,
That's it. Yeah.
a teaser of the world, and of like maybe like one or two monsters, but like that was where it's at for me. Like that was
Well,
enough.
hmm.
Hmm.
Well, the Foxtrots have kind of embraced it as an in-community joke. I'm not really particular about games. I'm just kind of
Hmm.
picky about one particular thing whenever it comes to new games.
Hmm.
And
What do you think about?
the one thing I always look for
Hmm.
it's just funny because I remember like I think a year or two ago when people were watching like was it State of Play or one of the big like video game showcases, and I was in my home province like celebrating the holidays and Christmas. That's usually how your average Filipino celebrates their Christmas. They always go back to their province or their hometown, their home province, and spends it with the family. And I was just watching like my other mutual VTuber strummers. They were like watching and they're like, "Oh, this is an Inari game." I'm like, "Really?" The moment the main character is like a female character, you guys name it as an Inari game. Like, God damn it! This is my identity. Damn it!
Because I told you it's the graphics. The graphics.
Women.
It's the graphics. We are simple-minded. We see pretty and we go, ooh yes.
It's the women. I can't. I'm weak.
Pretty. We see the pretty, and I get you on that too.
I remember one of my favorite tweets. I should have bookmarked it. One of my favorite tweets I've ever seen. Like it literally said somewhere along the lines of, "How can there be straight women when women exist?" I'm like, how can there be straight women when women exist? I'm like, shit. You know what? I know what that means. Paste. God
Absolutely.
damn. Absolutely. And yeah, that's
Look,
really
I'm a
the
simple
only
mind.
quote unquote picky thing I am about. But other than that, recently
You want to have pretty woman? Is that what it is?
I want to play as a pretty woman, okay?
I see.
But yeah, other than that though, I mean, like, but Yoko, you played God of War. Like, yeah, I did because again, it's not really like
Not the
that's
deciding factor.
it's
right?
not a core deciding factor, of course. I mean, I'm kind of picky about it, but you know, it's not gonna stop me from playing a game I think will be fun. That's why recently, in the recent years, it's more of a blessing for me. I always keep my expectations really fucking low. Really low as possible. Even for Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, I like when they first showed like this is what your hunter looks like. I'm like, wow, the hair physics, holy shit, pretty women, god damn. And then like even with all that hype, my expectations are still low. My expectations are still really low in a good way because I don't know. I heard this line in like God of War, and it resonated with me so much. Keep your expectations low and you'll never be disappointed. And I'm like, you know what?
Oh,
Bet.
yeah. Yeah, I've heard that line before.
Yeah, Splatoon 4 is gonna be the next big Splatoon. I'm like, nope. I just want it to be fun. my
I
only
just want to
expect
play Splatoon.
Yeah, my only
I just wanna
expectation is like, nope, it's just gonna be fun. That's all I'm expecting it to be. And same thing for Monster Hunter Wilds. Like for me, I'm not expecting like groundbreaking like gameplay technology or anything. No, it will show me all that the first day I get my hands on it. But what I'm
Yeah.
expecting now is just gonna be a really fucking fun Monster Hunter game. That's all I'm expecting. So whenever a new game, be it a franchise I'm familiar with or unfamiliar with, my expectations are almost the same. It's like I just want it to be fun. That's literally all it points to, because even I am aware of like, what do I define as fun? Like I find Elden
Yeah.
Ring fun when some people don't. I find
Yeah.
fighting games fun when some people don't. I find RE fun when some people don't. And
Yeah.
then I also do a reverse. Like there are some games people find really fun, but I don't. That's why I just say,
Yeah.
you know what? This looks fun.
True. I think you know you and I have that similarity then, because we're picky. We have our little niches that we like playing,
Yeah.
and it's like that. It's like, you know how some people will be like Apex. No, I'm not dogging on Apex. You can enjoy Apex, okay? But for example, I'm just using it as an example. Apex is great FPS game, you know, and I'll be like, yes, I like it, but for me, I wouldn't top it in the like. I wouldn't put it on my top of my list, you know?
I mean,
And that's that's okay, you know?
I think that is also a result of like the identity of like it's the quote unquote VTuber shooter. There's just a
Is
lot.
it?
Yeah, there are a lot of VTubers in particular that play Apex for some reason.
Oh. But I mean, like, yeah. Like, I'm like, yeah, it's fun, but then, like, you know, everyone has their own sense of fun. And,
Yeah.
you know, I'm a simple-minded person. But I agree on also the part where, like, you have no expectations. I think also, in terms of gaming, I'm a lot more flexible. I'll try it, and then I'll be like, yeah, not for me. Or it turns out to be reversed, where, like, for example, I didn't expect myself to fall into the hole that is Lies of P, and was like, yo, I like this, like a lot. So you're
And
right
yet,
on that.
this whole discourse reminded me like a lot of the Foxtrots know like I'm a huge fan of Ghost of Tsushima and how like that game looks insanely beautiful, and of course how that game has royally spoiled me for like video game heads up display because it's so immersive and unintrusive. I tried playing Horizon Zero Dawn right after. I'm like, why is my heads up display so cluttered? Because Ghost of Tsushima spoiled that for me. I only see what I need to see. Everything else is just there. And of course, like, but Yoko, you don't play as a female character in that game. Yeah, I know I don't, but the game is still fun. The game is great. It looks good. I still do. And it just reminded me of how much of a gremlin I was laughing when they announced that the sort of sequel for Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Yote, is set like several hundred years after Ghost of Tsushima. So after the Mongol invasion, this is around the Sengoku era, one of the bloodiest time periods of Japan, the whole samurai clan wars. And they revealed that the main protagonist is a female character. Like, ha! And people are calling, oh, woke. I'm like, whatever.
It all lined up.
It all lined up for me.
Yeah,
it's a game for me.
It was meant to be.
I mean, I was gonna play it either way because it's Ghost. Like, it's a Ghost game by Sucker Punch. They proved their point with Ghost of Tsushima. They can still make a really good game. The icing on the cake was really like female character. Yes, finally.
I'm but a simple-minded person.
I am a simple-minded person. Yeah.
I agree.
And yeah, if any of you have watched RE4, my RE4 remake streams, I have not played as Leon since the month of its release. That was April or March last year.
Wow.
Yeah. I know. As
Oh
Leon
my God.
said in RE6, women. Yeah, I agree, dude. I agree.
Woman.
Women.
I feel that. I feel that.
Yeah. But yeah, that's basically my mentality. All of us have one or two like check boxes or like I hope this is in this game that looks cool. But if it's
Yeah.
not, that's where your expectations then is your fallback. Like, am I hyped enough for this game? No. Okay,
Right.
then that's gonna be a pass for me. And that is something that developers and publishers will try to kind of minimize for better and for worse, I would say. Because like if you try, I remember this argument has been made for everything art related, and I'm glad it applies to games too. If you try to make something for everyone, you'll make up making something for no one.
Yeah.
Oh, your
'Cause you're
your
mess-
game is art style up. People who love graphics ain't gonna like it. Oh, it's too difficult. Oh, the younger audiences are not gonna like it. Oh, you cannot create your own character. People who like to self-insert are not gonna like it. Oh, you can create your own character. People who just want to dive into the narrative are not gonna like. See, nothing gets made. Eventually, essentially, if you try to make a game for everyone, in the context of video games, no games will be made.
Yeah.
That's why, for better or
Yeah.
for worse, developers and publishers try to avoid that. They try to avoid any reason a person would not want to play their game. It's kind of like how if they want to cater to like, I honestly believe, they call it a hot take or not, I honestly believe it's impossible to release a game that 100% of the video game fan base will play. Impossible. Don't even
yeah.
try. But
No.
for better and for worse. I say for better and for worse. Because it's kind of like a paradox. I want more people, as many people as possible, to play a game I would like to play. Because, I want to see other people like it. Like, I'm having fun. I want more people to also have fun because I like the idea that I'm having so much fun and there's so many people enjoying this really fun game I'm playing. I just like that idea. But for better and for worse, games will try to get as close as they can to 100% to the detriment of the game, where you then begin to ask, who is this game made for?
Yeah. Like, what are they trying to do with it at this point?
Precisely.
'Cause-
Like, what is this
And
game made for?
maybe it's like it's a business reasoning, like not a.
Yeah, it's I
Maybe
usually
do that.
blame the publishers and the higher ups for this. And
Yeah.
in my honest opinion, no genre embodies this better than fighting games, because even shooters have become a little bit, just a little bit. I'm not saying all, because there are unique, and you're gonna like this take. Look at Splatoon. Splatoon is a very big outlier. A lot of
Yeah, I do.
shooters are very homogenized. They look almost the same and feel almost the same. They're just a
UI.
different. They are a different color of paint, but they're made from
Yeah.
the same can of paint. There's some games that are different. Like, of course, like I know I'm not gonna say Fortnite, because a lot of games are trying to emulate Fortnite, not
Fortnite at
Splatoon.
this point.
Splatoon in of itself is very, very unique. It's very objective based. Look, doesn't matter if you as a team have collectively like killed or splatted the entire team like 50 freaking times. If the end of the round it says you only occupied 40% of the map, hold that.
Yep.
And you look at even MOBAs, right? People are like, yeah, Dota, lol, no one does better than them. The funny thing is, Blizzard tried to not be better, but tried to be different with HOTS, Heroes of the Storm. There was no there was no creep farming or whatever. It was purely objective based. And when Pokemon Unite released, that's one of the main drawing like obviously Pokemon. Everyone loves Pokemon, but that's one of the
Mhm.
main like, wow, this is like objective based. This is cool.
Mhm.
And that's why like I wish more games did that. Like they just focused more on one particular audience, or they know what audience will like it and just focus on that.
Yeah, I it's kind of like how they envision the player, right?
Mm.
So that's what. So um, I wanted to bring up like an example of envisioning players, right? So you know how you
Souls
mentioned
games?
how, yeah, Souls game basically,
Yeah.
where where they know what Souls games, Souls game. I feel like at least with Souls games, they know what type of player wants. Like they
Yes.
want skill based, they want difficulty, they want challenges, but at the same time, they want something that's unique that differs, um, about it.
Mm.
So I feel like that's where the developers get to play on, in a sense, play with that, right? And of course, there's the differences
Yeah.
where if they start adding different factors, and you're like, well, don't do that. Don't change it. Don't you want to be unique, sure, but to change it by adding too much, it just gets lost.
Or worse, removing so much.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you look at very brief tangent, but you look at Elden Ring. Elden
Mhm.
Ring, I consider arguably the easiest Souls game to play right now, because there are a lot of mechanics in that game that can make it easier. Why do I say can? Because of course, when people say Souls games, oh my god, it must be challenging, it must be difficult.
Mhm.
Yes, I am aware that that is the identity of Souls games, but Elden Ring, literally, like, no, it's in your hands. It's in your decision as a player. You can make the game harder or easier for
Mhm.
yourself if you want to. It's just that in Elden Ring, compared to previous games, there are more opportunities and more choices, more things you can do to make the game easier for you. You really, really can.
Yeah.
And that's a kind of a better way for games to like cater to a larger audience without losing its
Mm.
main appeal, right? Like
Right.
obviously, even if I'm not saying they are, even if Splatoon wanted to broaden its market appeal, I don't
Mhm.
think they're gonna go to the point where, "Hey, introducing first person mode." Like, I don't think they're gonna do that. Like, it's just a
Yeah.
big jump of what makes Splatoon Splatoon.
Right.
Like they
Um.
could probably try to convince people who play like Halo, COD, Apex to try it out, but nah, I don't think they will.
No, I don't think so either. I think also if, like, for example, if that was a change that they added, or not even a change, but a feature that they added just to try to lure a different like player, like play style rather, I think
Yeah.
it's more. It might even just be a artistic choice and not a strategic choice. Like, what game was it that you can change your perspective in shooting? Now that we're mentioning like that as an example, because I would say, is it? Am I thinking? It's not Valo,
No, it's
but
not Valorant.
no,
Not many
there's
games can
a.
do that for a reason.
Yeah, it's tough, but like it's kind. I don't think that would be like an objective of hopefully getting other players.
It's an
It's like,
option.
yeah, it is an option. Like, I think my first thought was Fantasy Star Online PSO2. That there's
Oh.
Yeah, that had a weapon class where you can change it to first person, but I don't really know that many people who would play like the gunslinger. I think it's the gunslinger or the which class? It's the one with the giant gun class.
Yeah,
But
that one.
like, yeah, that one had an option where you could change the perspective, but at that point it's like, are you even playing an RPG? I don't know. But it's up to the player at that point if you
Yeah.
decide to choose that.
Like
So
if it's
that
an
is,
option, I think that's fine.
mhm.
I mean,
Yeah, as an
if
option it's
Splatoon were to
fine.
introduce it as an option, I
Mhm.
think that would be fine. Like not forcing
Yeah.
people, but giving people the option to if they wanted to, I think is good.
Mhm. Mhm. I
Right.
think, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you think?
Oh, you want me to expand on this? Because it's funny because I'm gonna bring up Genshin as an example, right? Where
Mm-hmm.
they tried, they started as maybe like a CN RPG per se, RPG, no, yeah, RPG ish type of game, but they started implementing like different modes. Like they started implementing like a TCG. They implemented mini games. They
Yeah.
implemented like where like what was it? Because I took a recent survey, for example, where the developers were trying to get feedback, like, "Oh, why do you not like? Have you tried the TCG feature?" And I'd be like, "No," and they'd be like, "Why didn't you try the TCG feature?" And I said, "Well, I'm not really into that. That's not why I played Genshin for example. Of
Mm.
course, whereas I have my idol sibling, my one of my siblings, they really like the TCG, for example. They really like it. But for me, I personally didn't. And it's where had spoken with basically context. I went to a Genshin event and
Mm.
they were getting feedback from players. And I don't know why, but for example, my interviewee or interviewer was asking me like, "Oh, but why don't you try it?" And I said, "Well, I tried it, but it wasn't for me. This is not why I started Genshin for." And they're like, "Oh, well, we're trying to add variety into the game," and I'm like, "That's fine." But like the thing is that the game forces you, the player, that you have to play the TCG and stuff or to lock characters
And that's where people
behind.
draw the
Mhm.
line.
Mhm. And they'll lock characters like for example, I'll have a story quest, but I can't because Madam Watson is locked in the TCG. And that
Ironic
happened for me.
Ironically, there
Yeah.
is one game recently also made by Hoyoverse that has this dilemma, but it is
Mm.
being tackled better in my opinion than Genshin Impact, and that's
Mm.
Zen Zone Zero.
Oh.
Like at some point, there are a lot of players that do not like the TV mode of that game because they just love the combat of Zen Zone Zero. They don't want to go through exploring.
Mhm.
And the thing is, for me, like, I understand that. However, the TV mode is so immersive and a very creative take on exploration. And I get it. In a
Oh.
game that's very combat focused, the combat is the main selling point. I agree.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
for every hour spent doing combat, like I think a few minutes, like even like 5 minutes
Mhm.
of just TV exploration, I think that's fine. And
Mm.
in 1.2, they drastically reduced how much TV mode there is. And their explanation was a lot of you did not like it, so we turned it down. And then the other vocal majority, like, guys, there's actually a lot of us that like it. And they're like, oh shit. Oh fuck. So now they're gonna dial that back a bit. And I think they're gonna find a way where, remember what I said, like having
Uh,
more
uh,
options, in my opinion, is always a good thing. I
it
think
is
they're gonna
true.
find an option for people who want to skip through the TV mode. Like, yeah, you can
Uh,
skip it to a certain extent. And people who
uh,
do not want to skip it, you can go through it. I
right.
hope that's basically a thing that will happen. I think what
Mhm.
people definitely did not want is forcing, right?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
mentioned that forced. I think that's where
Mhm.
people draw the line. Like they want the
Mhm.
option. If I can
Yeah.
skip this, please let me. But you won't
Yeah.
understand it is a consequence I'm willing to accept. I'm
Mhm.
willing to make. I am aware of it.
Mhm.
But like how about those that don't want to skip it? Like okay, then that means they get to do it. At least the
Yeah.
option is there.
Yeah. Exactly. And then those that enjoy it can enjoy it. Like you can have variety. Just don't restrict the player.
Yes,
Right.
and
Yeah.
you know what's very scary? Also, this works as a very clever segue because the next question is actually related. Like, was there a video game you have played where you did not have fun?
Mm.
Most of the time, if not at all.
Mm. That I did not have fun. Yeah. So a not fun game I had was for ex- I sound like a hater, but I swear I'm not. I still do play and follow the game. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
good.
it's
Oh,
when
good.
it's when a game starts feeling like a chore and not like
Oh,
I'm not
I know that
playing it.
feeling.
You know what I mean? It's like
I
they
do.
make it difficult for like whatever reason. Like you don't like why did you make it so like and this is I know this comes along maybe after like the devs thought of it maybe as an afterthought like oh wait we should probably patch that because yeah it wasn't a good idea for example
Mm.
like that's like for me it was like and I started as a mobile gamer so I played a lot of mobile games where they had weekly events and things like that right
Oh dear.
um
I can hear
yeah
the FOMO creeping in at the back. Oh no.
Yeah, so it's like when there are quests that you have to do,
Yeah.
right? And the quests are usually like, go here. All right, you do that, you go there. Go there. All right, you go there. Fight this. Okay, you fight that. It starts to become like not a challenge. And we mentioned that before where like we want a challenge. And maybe it's because of the type of gamer that like I am at least, right? Is I wanted a bit more of a challenge, but the quest is just kind of a quest. Like it's just not even a quest, it's an errand at that point. It didn't feel like a quest. So there's that. It's like that's like a mechanic in a video game that would, just draw me off. And I'm basically alluding to certain Genshin quests, event quests. I love the story. I would play for the story. But for some of the quests, that was example. Or even certain like I recently was no, I didn't play it, but I was on call and basically in a sense I was like playing it because I was on call with Tibbs, another of our Nekotama siblings,
Yeah.
and we were playing Zoologist. Have you heard of the game?
I have heard of it.
Zoologist? It was pretty I would say it was pretty anticipated by people. And I knew nothing of this game, but watching the trailer, which is pretty much is going back to our other question where we were talking about were you ever excited for a game? Tibbs had showed me the trailer and I was like, yo, this looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Going into it though, of course I had no expectations, but for example, that was a game where I felt like just wasn't it because it was again feeling like errands. They make your player you go through do and it's the same pattern. I think when you figure you crack the code, you know what the pattern is. That's zoocosis. My bad. Thank you so much.
Zoocosis.
Yeah, zoocosis. Yeah, zoocosis. What did I call it? Zoologist.
Yeah.
Zoocosis. Yeah, it became like a chore for the player rather than like playing. Yeah, it wasn't even much of a puzzle. It was just kind of like, oh yeah, match this animal with this trait. Okay, done. Now make this medicine. Done. All right, now give this medicine to the animal. Done. That's what I mean. You know.
I mean, that's kind of intrinsic in a lot of games. There's always what you call a gameplay loop. And finding like I think devs need to identify that. Like what is your gameplay loop? Once you recognize what your gameplay loop, you can more or less estimate what kind of market or niche are we appealing to. Because if you look at roguelikes or roguelites even, like the gameplay loop is practically the same. I mean, roguelites and roguelikes are kind of like that intrinsically. You basically do the same thing you did before, but there's some stuff that is like randomized and changed. Not like it's repetitive. No, like it's a gameplay
not like
loop.
grinding though.
No,
it's not. It's not the same as grinding either. That's the thing too.
Yeah, but the gameplay loop importantly has to be fun, and there's a word again, fun. Fun is very subjective. Like in RE, you have been playing RE4 for 1,300 hours. Like how can you possibly have fun? I make my own fun, and the gameplay loop is just fun. Okay. it really just is. And like even the like in Splatoon, right? There are
Mm.
different game modes, but the two main game modes obviously is the PvE and the PvP. Some people
Mm.
cannot stand the PvE because you're like, it's just horde mode and you're just trying to survive over and over and over and over and over again. But it
Ah.
is a fun gameplay loop that some people have fun. Like
Mm-hmm.
people don't want to deal with the frustration of fighting other players, so they'd rather fight enemies like
Mm-hmm.
CPU controlled monsters. That is totally fine.
Yeah.
Which means that the game now caters to an audience that um
Mm.
is looking for something else that the game also has, but still can be experienced within the same ecosystem as the game. Why?
Mm.
Because the weapons that you use are almost the same as the ones you use in PvP. So this
Mm-hmm.
means that eventually, and this is where clever game design works, eventually, if you are getting tired of the gameplay loop or you want to try something new, at least your experience can carry over to a certain extent. And if it doesn't work
Mm-hmm.
for you, guess what? You can just go back. Like after 50 hours of getting your paycheck for them eggs, and then you
Yeah.
try just 10 minutes of turf war, you're like, I want to go back. At least you can go back. And then if it struck
Yeah.
a chord with you, okay, I think I can do like my daily time consumption for this. Maybe 70% I'll work for my paycheck, and then 30% I'll splat other people.
Mm.
And that is basically different from person to person. And just having that option is always a good thing.
Mm.
And
It's
it's
true.
again gameplay related. It's tied to the core
Mm-hmm.
gameplay, and that's also to illuminate, right, what John mentioned
Mm-hmm.
about um being in a mobile environment where
Mm-hmm.
of course, like most of these games are free, but a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people do not appreciate or understand the fact that it costs money to maintain
Yeah.
these games, especially because
Yeah.
they're live service games. And
Mm-hmm.
although they can be greedy, like
Mm.
for me, I'm not going to say no to microtransactions, especially if the game is free, because I
Yeah.
understand like they gotta make money somewhere. Because how are they
Oh yeah.
paying people to make new content,
Mm-hmm.
to make new artwork, new areas, new music, new gameplay mechanics, maintain the servers,
Mm-hmm.
marketing? That costs money, so they have to make money
Yeah.
somewhere. That's why I
Yeah.
don't think microtransactions are intrinsically bad. I just think
Mm-hmm.
that more and more they are being executed very poorly and very greedily in a bad manner.
It starts to become a little unfair, but I'm absolutely a I contribute to that cause because pay your devs, pay like
Yeah.
if you like, the microtrans I'm the terrible I'm terrible at microtransactions um in that sense but for me I don't mind because if the game is fun, yeah, I'll like I have them and and also I have the means to do so.
Yes.
That's most importantly. I have the means to do so. I will, yeah, I'll buy that $5 skin if I one find the game fun and two I think they did a good job on the model or something. I'll like, yeah, I like it. Okay, I'm gonna spend on it and I'll use it. That makes it fun, and that's where it's like a little bit where it doesn't have that like repetition,
Mm.
like where the repetition is not like not fun. I gave an example where Identity 5 was one of the games that I played, right? And in
Mm.
that, what was fun for me at the time was that you go against different like you can play as different characters, so you change your experience playing it,
Mm.
or you would play, and this is what any game, right? You would pick a character, they have different abilities, and it feels a little, it switches up the game, and that's what's fun. But then when it becomes like an errand or a chore, I draw the line. It's not even just the microtransaction that draws the line for me. It's whether that engagement, the interest is not there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And it's very hilarious too because like your experience of where you didn't have fun at all is
Hmm.
very gameplay related. And
Mm.
I just want to highlight and almost be an example of where sometimes someone cannot have fun that is not related to the gameplay at all.
Wow.
Like, yeah, there was one particular game I wanted to have fun because, like, the
Oh.
early impression I had just for the opening minutes and hour of the game, I'm like, shit, this game's fun. And I've
Mm-hmm.
seen like gameplay footage of people who have played it after its release because I was about a year late or
Uh-huh.
so because this was on the Wii U.
Ah.
And I got my Wii U pretty late. But eventually I
Mm.
did. And this game is Xenoblade Chronicles X. And yep, Foxtrots, it's about that again.
Mm.
If there's one thing that everyone in my community knows, I put a lot of stock in video game music. Like, if a
Oh.
video game track or music is particularly bad, that can deter me from playing it. It's a personal
Mm-hmm.
thing I can be very picky about. But I do my best to adjust my standards to the game. Like, if it's not
Mm-hmm.
the emphasis, right, then it's.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard not to, especially. Oh, he's gonna bring up Signalis again. You bet your ass. I'm bringing up Space Lesbians again. Yes, again, Signalis, made by two people. The soundtrack is too good for its own good. The
Mm.
soundtrack is way too good. And no, this is not sponsored by fucking Signalis. No, you can check the soundtrack on Spotify. Go give it a listen yourself. Um, when an indie game like that has such a good soundtrack, and then when there is
Mm.
this big game, maybe double A, triple A, Xenoblade Chronicles X, and the thing is, it's not the entire. This is where it becomes problematic, and y'all can criticize me for this. I'll take it because I admit I criticize myself for it too. The entire track is not bad. In fact, just about every track in the game is absolutely beautiful. Really banger of a soundtrack. But in this particular point, it's where it's bad circumstance layered on bad circumstance layered on another bad circumstance. So in most games, right, there is always like a player hub, especially RPGs, where there's just like one area where you'll be spending most of your time because that's like where you upgrade your stuff, you change your party members, you craft stuff, enhance them, etc., right? And
Mm.
in a game like Xenoblade Chronicles X, which feels like an MMO,
Mm-hmm.
the player hub is where you upgrade your party members, your skills, your mechs, because you can pilot mechs and explore with mechs. My god, I really wanted to get to that point, but I could not even get far enough to the game where I could pilot my own mech. I literally stopped before I got there. And essentially, when I listened to the player hub music at the start, I'm like, okay, like this is the track for this player hub in the morning is fine. It's cool. And then when it goes to night, I'm like, if I were to put it in a metaphor, it's like you go to a jazz club. So you're expecting jazz music,
Mm.
and then suddenly you hear EDM. I'm like, I'm in the same zone. I'm in
Mm.
the same player hub. But why is the track at night so drastically different from the one in the morning? I'm like, it could be just a me thing, but my god, it was so hard to have fun playing the game. And the thing is, if it was an area, I'll just
Uh-huh.
like, okay, it's not like I'm gonna be in this area every time, right? Problem is, it's the player hub, which means I am there most of the time. So I'm like, I can't. So I dropped the game just like that.
Ah, because of the music choice.
Because
Would
of
you say it's immersion? The immersion wasn't there.
the music track.
Or-
One track. It was one musical track, Gian. It was not like a bunch of tracks. It was one. Like if the soundtrack had like 80 tracks, it was one track that stopped me. And I'm like, God, I wanted to have fun, but I just could not because this is in a player hub and I'm forced to listen to this most of the time. I can't.
Wow. That just that one song made you drop the game?
Yes, I do not wish this experience on anyone. Ugh.
It was that
God.
bad?
It and again, like I want to emphasize, I don't think it's a bad track. I just don't think the track
no. It
fit.
just wasn't for you.
That's why I
Yeah.
keep saying I think it's a me thing. Because when I gave it a listen and I tried to almost wipe from my mind, like, you know what, I'll try to listen to this track as if I've never heard it before. I'm like,
Hmm.
this track is actually quite the banger. Like, it's a bopping track, but it just does not fit where it's playing. Damn it. So,
there's
like,
I mean, there's also those players though that like play their own tracks over
yes,
music.
they do.
I mean over the game. You know, music over the game.
They do. I know. I did that when I was playing Wuwa because I'm like, music in this game is a little bit lackluster. So I had to play my own goddamn music when I was playing it. And the thing is, in that, it was consistently lackluster. But this one, it's like, these are 79 good tracks, but this one track sticks out like a sore thumb. I'm like, I am not going to mute the music and then unmute it whenever I leave this area that I'm spending a good chunk of my time in.
Yeah, that
No
would be
thanks.
a hassle. That would be a hassle to do.
Hello, Tia. And yeah, and that really goes to show how fun can really be very finicky, very subjective from person to person. Like,
Yeah.
you will hear people drop a game or take a break for the weirdest reason. And the very least you really can do, if you cannot relate or if you do not agree with them, try to at least sympathize with the fact that both of us were having fun with this game at some point
Yeah.
until they're not. And that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really just like really sad to hear because like, you know, that means that essentially like whatever good stuff or fun I'm having with this game, like this person cannot relate or I cannot relate to what they are feeling about the game right now.
Yeah.
And all you can really hope for is that things get better for the game, that they come back, or sadly they'll just quit. Like I have quit a handful of games that I had so much fun playing with before, Genshin being one of them. Yeah.
No, yeah.
And my reason for that, I won't expand on it. I'll just say character design.
Yeah,
It's
no.
not even a gameplay. Once again.
I mean, it's the selling point, right? It's pretty.
It is one of the
characters that
selling
you
points.
learn.
And
One of the thing is when they fail on one of the main points of the game, even that's I don't blame you, you know.
and some people will be shocked, but Yoko, the female character designs are straight up cool though. I'm like, yeah, what made me quit was the male character design.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, wait, what? You care about that? I'm like, yes. Surprise! I actually care about it.
Yeah, as anyone should of any type. I appreciate all the men and the women.
Yeah, although I have a preference to female characters, y'all have seen my Zen Zero character lineups.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like, I won't expand, but I'll just give a TLDR. Like, the first warning flag was when I reached the Japan-inspired area, and literally the first NPC, I'm like, this is literally, yeah, Inazuma, I'm like, this is literally color palette swapped child. Like, you guys can do better than this. Like, come on. Like, the face, the eyes, like, It
Yeah.
I know it's very insulting, but that's exactly what it looks like. I'm pretty sure somebody spent a good amount of time like working on the character, but I'm like, yes, Thoma. I'm like, it
Ah,
looks
Toma.
like a color palette swap Tartaglia. I'm like,
Mm.
and again, the body variations of female characters easily trumps that of the male characters. And I'm like, the
Yeah.
one chance they had, this is what made me quit. Like they were marketing Ito as like,
Oh, Ito.
yeah, like buff Oni. I'm like, oh wow, we're finally getting a Bara buff character. And then when I saw
Yeah,
like,
Vada.
dude, this guy is literally just the same body type as Chongli with spray painted on abs. I'm like, bruh. How
Yeah.
how is it that the enemies have more body variations than the playable characters? Really?
Mhm. Mhm. And especially with the game, that's being its selling point, like for players, right? It's the mechanic of switching character and play styles. But if you're not into the characters, then it loses it for you, you
Yeah.
know?
And I think that's kind of what before we move on to the intermission, I think that's part of Zen Zero's like strong point.
Oh yeah.
Even if you compare the current patch of Zen Zero to the same patch that Genshin was on, Zen Zero still has significantly less characters. And I think that's a good
Mhm.
thing.
It
Because
is good.
that means that they spend more time properly designing one
Mhm.
character than making 3 to 5 decently designed characters. And
Yeah.
almost like, yeah, we want Inari Yoko in particular to not stop playing Zen Zero. The ratio of female characters to male characters in Zen Zero is a hilarious 80% to 85%. Like, for every 10 characters in the game, about 8 of them are women. The rest are male.
Ah,
I'm like, wait a minute. That is a funny ass ratio. They know their market.
they do their player base well. I mean, the thing is, what set apart like Genshin versus like I can't say Star Rail, but with ZZZ, right? Is that Genshin was is very marketed itself as very co-ed or
Yeah.
both genders, and the fact that there's clearly a design
Disparity.
disparity, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. I'm like, where's my men?
Yeah.
Where's my good men? Where's my variety?
Potentially by the next patch, it took 4 patches for Zed Zone Zero to have its first premium limited banner that's a male character. The previous
Yeah.
have been female characters. I can't stop
Yeah.
laughing at that fact. My god, the past 3 banners have all been female characters. And I'm like,
It's true.
wow.
But
Not like
also the
Mhm.
guys that came out for ZZZ though, they stand pretty strongly
They
by itself. Like
do.
Billy, I haven't started ZZZ, but
Mm.
and there's that other one, the Wolf Boy. I think he's a wolf. Is he
Lycon,
wolf?
yeah, he is a
Yeah.
wolf boy.
Yeah. So,
And there's Ben.
oh yeah, Ben. So, there's that crowd.
Yes.
It works.
It works.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. So we're moving on to our brief 5-10 minute break intermission before we get to the main meat of the topic, which is really where we'll segue into our last question. So brief question. What is your definition? Art.
I think this is funny. It's a funny question for me since I tend to dabble on the doodle.
Yeah,
and
artiste.
I'm a doobler, dare I say. But for me, art is creatives or creations, and yeah, creatives or creations based on like individual thoughts, experiences, your
Mm.
imagination, right? Um, it's I think at the core it's imagination, and it's like
Mm.
that's my definition of art, right? It's what what could it be? You know, like I don't know if that's too abstract. Am I too
No, no,
philosopher?
no, no. It's fine. You're speaking with
Yeah.
You're in the presence of a philosophy major. You're fine.
Oh shit! Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy. But yeah, that's my definition of art. It's like it's creating, and if it's not creating, it's just it's. I always say like Hatsune Miku is my inspiration. She is my muse, right?
Mm.
Like for example, but what can I do with like Miku, right? I can draw her any way I want. I don't know if I don't take that out of context.
Mm.
But like that's I can create like her in a cute dress, or I can put her in shorts or something. It's like that's art. Like it's my own like thought and just like imaginations. That's art. That's my definition of art. Anyway,
Hmm.
what's
That's
yours?
my definition of art is quite simple actually. My definition of
Hmm.
an art is essentially a creative work.
Mm.
Like the creative work, although those are just two words, these are two very loaded words. Because when I say creative, like these are essentially ideas brought into a tangible form, created into that form, and then work. There demands like a human action process into making it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the final third part, the word that's not even there because I really cannot put it into words, there is
Mm.
a sort of cathartic exchange and interaction between the work of art, the artist who made it,
Mhm.
and the
Mhm.
person beholding said piece of art. And
Oh.
in the context of games, what is this cathartic expression, interaction? Fun. That is the
Mm.
exchange because I still believe to this day Satoru Iwata, bless his soul, Satoru Iwata was right and is still right. Games are supposed to be one thing and one thing only: fun.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, games have evolved, but primarily the focus for games is always fun.
Mm-hmm.
Of
Mm-hmm.
course, I do not think Satoru Iwata was very rigid when he said that games are supposed to be one thing and one thing only. I believe that his words were meant to be the focus primarily of what games should be is fun. They can be like most creative works in other forms, other mediums like movies, films, anime. They can be
Mm-hmm.
more than just entertainment. They can be more than just art. They can be a narrative or a reflection of human society, culture, that kind of thing. You know those movies or anime that make you question things?
Mm-hmm.
Because art can make you do that too. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure some of us have played a particular game that's been so heavy and it evokes a lot of thought that when you're done playing, you cannot help but just put the controller down and just think for a moment like, wow.
Yeah.
And then you start questioning things beyond the game, but the game put before you. It could be a story, it could be
Mm-hmm.
like wow, this makes you think about how um how like a generation of people are being um manipulated or exploited by those before them or after them, sort of. There are forms of media that do that, but for a long time games were never like had that identity. No, you just play games for fun. That is no longer the case now. There are some games
Yeah.
that make you question like, yeah, this does reflect a problem that human society does have. Now, of course, it's not like games should not do that. But um I believe, like just like most forms of entertainment, I think um we need those kinds of games too. As much as we need games that turn your brain off, just have fun, yada yada yada. No, we
Yeah.
need games like those. But we could also use games that do more than just have fun.
Yeah, it's like you're talking. It's like strategic games or games that tackle on. Essentially, games are just another media
Mm,
of art. Um,
yes.
it's another media, just like how we have books, right? We
Hmm.
have books, book writing, and writing is an art in itself. Cooking is an art in itself. Games is an art in
Hmm.
itself, where you're telling a story and you're connected by fun, but some games like make you think a little more. Like there's strategic games, there's lore-based story games, there's visual novel games. Um, all of that is art because there's something else in it that's not just visually appealing but mechanically,
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of
right?
like also in painting and food. Funny how you brought out food because I'm like, yep, I consider food to be art. It's creative work.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
we can't have just the fancy schmancy high class dining kind of food, but we also cannot
Hmm.
just junk food and fast food. No, no, no. I think
Yeah,
they should coexist.
yeah.
Same goes for paintings and art too. Like, oh, look at
Mhm.
this beautiful landscape painting. No, that's fine. We not all pieces of art should be that though. But on the
Mhm,
opposite end,
mhm.
we can't have all pieces of art like, oh, look at the gruesome depiction of the atrocities that humanity can do. Like, yeah, thanks for the reminder, but not all pieces of work should be that.
Right, right. I'm
Because I
not sure about
believe
that
that,
medium.
yeah, because I believe that just like colors, right?
Ah,
Like video games as a form of art can be a spectrum. They can coexist. It's not
uh-huh.
like one should favor one over the other. But I think as a form of art, as an art form, I think games should embrace that, if anything.
Mhm, mhm.
And that is where we will stop for our brief 10-minute break before we move on to the meat of the talk. So, yes.
Woohoo!
So, yes, for this brief 10 minutes, I'm looking at the timer. Y'all can ask us anything related to the topic while
Mm.
John and I will take like a quick hydrate or snack break
Yeah.
and just yap
My
about stuff.
yeah, my drink of choice right now is wintermelon limeade.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fancy.
Mm. It's not really. It's just wintermelon syrup and lemonade, except no lemons. It's limeade.
What kind of syrup?
It's wintermelon, like the fruit. Wintermelon. Not
Mm.
bitter melon, but wintermelon.
Well, my poison today is, I'm making this up, 97.1% alkaline spring mountain alp water with ice that's made on like 89.6
So you
mineral water. No, it's
got
just water.
you just got water, different scent. Are you the type that can taste water?
A bit.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm
I mean,
more of a
I shouldn't be shocked. There's a lot of people who can taste water.
I'm more of a 2 degrees Celsius cold water than a 5 degrees. I'm just kidding. I like to sound more sophisticated like that.
I know. Dumb it down for me.
Excuse
You gotta
me.
dumb it
I
down.
asked for cold water. I didn't ask for. I didn't ask for 5 degrees Celsius cold water. I asked for cold. I meant 1 degree. Excuse me.
I was never picky with my water. I'll inhale anything.
I mean, when you live in a tropical country, cold water is like a fucking oasis. You'll
Oh
take
yeah.
it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah, that is true.
When every day ranges from like 29 to 35 degrees, like, yeah, fuck it. Cold water. Let's go.
It's true. It's true. I personally love. I can't drink hot drinks ever, but like in some places, it's preferred that you drink warm water. They'll give you hot water.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm always like, can I have ice with that? And I don't know if it's like the superstitious side of some cultures, and in particular, some of my cultures. They're like, no, you may not get
I
ice.
think it's part of the culture's diet as well.
Yeah, it's diet, and also I do think there is some truth to it. Like, yeah, if you drink cold water, you'll get a little tummy ache. I'm not a doctor, guys, don't quote me, but that's what some people say. I, for one, I'm like, no, give me the cold water right now. Because I live in, my body is literally in an inferno. It is hell as it is.
If there's one thing I chronically almost suffer every time I go to Japan, it's a severe lack of root vegetables.
Oh my gosh.
Because in the Philippines, we literally eat that on just about every dish. We have God knows how many vegetables that's rooted from the ground. Not just plant vegetables, root vegetables, okay?
Mm.
And that really helps us like flush our system, and not like we
Oh, yeah.
particularly need it.
Fiber.
Yeah.
No,
Yes,
you need
precisely, like high
fiber.
fiber. Yeah, but
You need fiber.
yeah, but it's not like as a Filipino race we need it. No, it's just part of our diet.
Oh.
We've had that in our diet
Yeah.
for a while. But I guess I guess if you are from Japan,
An
your-
island,
your-
especially.
your system
Well,
kind of
then again,
adapts
most
to
of the
that. But yeah, imagine having a high fiber diet as a culture, as a race, and then you go to another country that lacks that. Like, yeah,
Mm.
not a
No,
good
that-
time for me in particular.
Oh yeah, no. my friend, when we recently went to Japan in November, it didn't occur to me. I've been to Japan multiple times, but it didn't occur to me until we went just this past November, and she was like, "Where are the veggies?" And I was like, "What do you mean? We have cabbage." And she's like, "That's
Nope.
not a veggie." And I was like, "What?"
When you said cabbage, I'm like,
You knew
baby
immediately.
stuff, baby stuff.
I even we were in like where were we? We were in an izakaya, and I got like this cabbage like hot pot thing, and I was like, here's our veggie, and she was like, John, that is not a veggie, and I was like, what?
Not enough. Look, we
Because
literally
the more
have.
greener it is,
Yeah.
the more veggie it is, right?
Thing is, we have a dish. You can look it up if you want. It's called pinakbet. I'll type it in chat so y'all can Google it yourselves too. Pinakbet. It's a very like it's a very uniquely Filipino dish that's primarily only made regularly in one region. God knows how many
Oh.
regions there are in the Philippines. But the thing is, with a lot of these vegetable dishes, we can mix it with anything. Like, it can be with pork, it can be with fish, it can be with chicken, it can be with nothing, just a purely vegetable dish. But you just look at how many vegetables there are in that one dish. And this is just one dish. Out of how many vegetable dishes we have.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yes, we have. I mean, they range from like okra, eggplant, string beans, squash.
Oh yeah.
There's just
like a
a
mixed
lot. Yeah,
veggie.
it's a mixture of veggies, and that's just one dish.
That's interesting because in like Chinese cuisine, for example, I eat a lot of that. It's usually just one type of veggie. I can't name one where it's mixed, and even in Japanese cuisine, don't unless it's a stew, like a veggie stew or a stir fry. I don't think there is a lot of like mixed veggie as this dish, as an example.
Mm,
It's usually the highlight is that one veggie,
mm.
like boiled veggie, like boiled like a I don't know. I'm giving the most basic example. For example, like a boiled bok choy with like garlic, stir fried, or not even boiled. It's stir fried in a sense.
You know,
Or
mhm.
you
No, go ahead.
no,
Sorry.
that's no. I was just saying like that's an example of that, but it's just one veggie at that point.
The fact that I felt so much fiber when I was in Japan eating fucking corn and carrots. I'm like,
Oh, oh
we
yeah.
need more fiber vegetables.
And corn isn't even a
I
veggie.
know it's not, but I
Hard.
can feel it. Like,
No,
Ugh.
and I think it boils down to eating out. There's not.
Mm,
I thought of it. So interestingly enough, I had wondered if this was a cultural thing because I was talking to my friend about this, and she was asking me. She was like, "John, does Japan just not have veggies?" And I thought about it, and I was like, now I think the thing is that well, one, apparently they do have like veggie deficit there, in a sense, but like I think a lot of them are like their fiber intake is too low and stuff in Japan,
Hmm.
supposedly. Don't quote me, but I would also say that culturally, if they're gonna go out to eat, veggies is not an option.
yeah.
So, like, that's not why they would go out to eat for. They'll go out to eat for like fried food or
Meat,
um
rice.
meat, rice, luxury foods like that, that's why they would go out to eat for. They veggies is not really an option. And similarly, like how at least in Chinese cuisine, you'll have veggie as a dish because culturally, you'll have there's like this. I don't know if you know, if people know this, but there's like a 7-dish rule if you go out to eat, and it's usually like you have soup, you have your two proteins. It's either like a protein and the seafood,
Mhm.
or two proteins, and then you'll have one rice or noodle, or you have both, and then you have a veggie dish. So, yeah, maybe it's culturally even is what I don't. It's what I wonder.
Interesting thought there. Yeah.
Did you know about that or?
I mean, it's not something I particularly knew, but I did observe that when it comes to like eating,
Ah.
going out in particular
Mhm.
in a Chinese restaurant to eat. That's true.
Yeah, like usually at least that's like culturally what happens if like you have a giant family gathering. You'll order like the 7 dishes. And
Giant
that's usually the
family
rule of thumb.
gathering. You omit the giant part. That's just your average Filipino family gathering.
Uh, I'm not sure how like all if it's like all families are. Another thing too is, I would say, I've noticed with like at least Japanese culture, or not culture, but like restaurant wise, right? Is it's not often that you don't see family style restaurant often. You know what I mean? So it's usually like small, like one family size, if anything. And the amount of dishes you do at that point is like they do culturally have like veggie dishes. I'm sure like they definitely do. It's just not their primary. Is how I've seen it.
Hmm.
Veggies. But I was craving it. I get you. I crave it. I'm a meat eater, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't notice this.
Yay.
I love the red meat.
And you
But
also
I
like
do
apple pie, I remember.
I do. I love apple pie. Things also I noticed in, like, for example, in Japan is the fruits. I live in a place where I love fruits. You know.
And I did make you that promise. I plan to keep it. If you're in the Philippines, tell me. I will libre you the best apple
For
pie in the
sure.
Philippines.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even know. Like, I want to try it. I love apple pie. It's my favorite type of apple pie, like pie in general. It's my favorite. I love apple pies. I love apples. What else? What else? I think I love what is it called? Korean pears. I love grapes. I love cherries.
You might
Yeah,
like
I
our
love
halo halo then.
Oh, I do love halo halo. Halo is the mix it, right?
Yeah.
Or yeah.
But you should try it from the Philippines.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Take me to
the
good
yeah,
place.
because the more local version of Halo Halo that is not like um adapted to appeal to a wider audience,
Oh.
it's like there's more stuff mixed in it in terms of like variety than overall quantity.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I've had like, I guess I've had a hollow hollow where it's like homemade-ish,
Mhm.
where it was like a potluck style, and we had ube ice cream. I don't remember what the main sauce, or not sauce, the beverage part is.
Mm.
Is it like coconut milk, or is it
Usually
like
coconut
condensed
milk.
milk? Coconut milk? And then there's jellies and like
That's correct.
lychee or lychee. I don't know how you pronounce it, but
Lychee.
lychee. Okay, yeah, I love those.
But if you try
Like my,
Halo Halo here, you'll be shocked at how many things are actually mixed into it.
is there like more than just fruits or
Yes.
oh, like what else? Like what? Like starch?
Oh,
Like
no, not
meat?
that. Nothing
Like, what
crazy
do
like
you
that.
think?
But there's just
It's still a dessert,
more.
right?
It's still a dessert, of course. So it's stuff you'd usually find at a dessert, but probably
Ah.
more than you're used to, like Halo Halo outside of the Philippines.
Oh, yeah. It's
Yeah.
probably too like, what do you call it? Localized.
Yeah.
Yeah, based on the whatever we have.
All right, the intermission is up, and let's get to the meat of the topic. Okay, first question. So, video games are definitely up there right now with, films, anime, movies, in terms of like how people perceive it as a creative work of art. So what are your thoughts on that?
What my thoughts are video games. Um, I feel like video games are still a niche in its own right, and I
Mhm.
say this because I have like, for example, Last of Us became a live action drama. Not really. I guess they're not called drama. Live action show,
Mhm.
right? Live adaptation, basically. They
Mhm.
got a live adaptation. And I remember I was talking to some people about it, and they didn't even know it was based on a game, for example.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I really like it was when it first came out, it was like a talk. And I guess this is maybe to the normie culture. Dare I say, the non-gaming culture. It was really popular with the mainstream media, but they didn't realize that it came from a game. That's the thing. It came it was it or yeah, it came from a game, and that was where I was like, yeah, there's even a like second game, and the second season of Last of Us, for example, got greenlit, I think.
Yep, it
I
did.
heard
It
this.
did.
Yeah,
Already did.
yeah, it got greenlit, so it was a hit for people. But that's why I don't think it's. I think yes, quality wise, it is definitely up there with films, anime, movies, with its originality, its story, and even just the mechanics, right? It gives you a different experience from watching it. I watched some clips, for example. I don't have TV.
That's fine.
I don't
Not
have
many
the
people do
yeah.
anymore.
Yeah, I don't have like the channels and stuff to watch it, but I would see the clips that were uploaded, and it was interesting, to see a live adaptation of the game itself. I was like, different media, same story, but I was like, I don't know if you know what I mean, but like it hits different. So
That's correct. It does
And
hit
now you still-
different.
yeah, and now you see like different other franchises. I don't know if I can say franchises, but different games. Like Sims got greenlit to be a movie. I don't know how.
I really hope they keep the Simlish as a language.
Yeah.
They better.
Like I don't even know how they're gonna pull it off, right? But they're doing that. Sims, if you guys didn't know, is becoming a movie.
Even
Is it a movie or-
Minecraft is getting a movie.
Oh my god, yeah. I didn't even know. I didn't think about that until now. Yeah, Minecraft's getting a movie.
If there
It's
is
like-
one movie that I
think these companies should look into, where you
Mhm.
forget about the lack of hype or whatever, but just look at its intrinsic values, and they did it really well. You look at Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh my gosh,
It is
yeah.
something both someone into D&D can appreciate and
Mhm.
someone outside of D&D can appreciate. One of the
I
most
heard,
replayed
yeah.
clips is the Speak to Undead clip, where rule of thumb, you can only ask the undead like a certain
yeah.
number of questions.
Uh-huh.
And that I'm like, no, that is a funny D&D in-house joke that I do appreciate.
I think it's funny because that means you know D&D, right? I'm an example of a viewer who does not know D&D
Hmm.
and watched it and really enjoyed it though.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's basically like my best example of like outside of games that have a movie like experience. When you're trying to adapt a video game into a movie, look
Mm.
at Dungeons and Dragons and how they did it. They did a good job.
They did a really good job. I really liked it. I liked how, I liked the helmet part.
Oh my
What is it? The helmet of, I forgot what it was called. But that part was fun for me. Or just a different character too, where how they intertwine and stuff. It was easy to follow for me, and I watched with a friend who is actually into D&D and was explaining me like fun little tidbits, and it expanded my understanding of the game,
Yeah,
or at least the movie.
but for me
But
personally,
those are the examples.
okay. Like, for
What
me,
was you?
well, me personally, video games being up there with films, anime, movies, in the whole discussion, right, of entertainment as a form of art, I think that is a good thing. But
is.
just like how you cannot exactly compare for example, you cannot really compare, even though it's a movie, you cannot exactly compare a work from Pixar to this could be a hot take. You cannot exactly compare a work from Pixar to a Studio Ghibli kind of work. Because I think even though they are both animated, Yoko, what the hell are you talking about? However, animation is really a medium. It's, in my opinion, it's not really a genre. It's a medium. But
Right.
how Studio Ghibli, across all their works, how they deliver it is very different from Pixar. I mean, if you were to just use the word, what's the theme of this Pixar film? Family.
Yeah.
If you were to take the same context, same theme, same message that a Pixar film is trying to deliver with the context of family, and you put that in a Studio Ghibli film, it's gonna look different and feel different. You cannot really compare. And again, they're both on the same subgenre of anime. They're animated. And
Yeah.
games are very, very like, there's no singular thing about video games that you can sort of homogenize. I mean, that's why video games for me is a very, very unique form of like creative work. Because films, anime, movies, TV shows, you still do one thing. You watch them.
Yeah.
But with video games, especially with how they've evolved today, I'm not sure if many of you noticed, but there are a lot of people who will not play a game, but they're intrigued enough by it that they'll watch a playthrough of that. That there are so many there are so many YouTube videos of like, title of game, movie. And it's just the key components. Like, if you watch, like, if none of you have played, like, Last of Us or God of War, because you're like, it's more movie than game. Like, I'm watching more than I'm playing. You can literally watch them, and you'll get the story.
Yeah.
You'll understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really how diverse, like, as a medium, video games are. Like, you can play a video game that has a focus or has no focus on story, but the amount of, like, experience or relatability from person to person is very different. Because
Yeah.
even if like let's say John and I are going to play, like, for example, just for example, like, let's say Dragon
Hmm.
Age, for example, since it's coming out in like
Okay.
2 weeks.
Uh-huh.
um Maybe the story itself will resonate with John more than it does me for whatever reason.
Ah.
Even though
Uh-huh.
we have the same, even if hypothetically we have the same expectation because we kind of know what it's about, but story wise, we don't
Yeah.
know what the hell's gonna go
Mhm.
on with the story.
Mhm.
But for some reason, maybe it resonates so well with John because of its underlying themes and whatnot. And for me, it might
Mhm.
fly over my radar.
Mhm.
But people who generally watch a movie, like, let's say, for example, Oppenheimer,
Oh.
it's a very historical film, and generally, people who go into the cinema to watch that movie already know what they are expecting.
Yeah.
It's most likely not gonna be about, explosions, Michael Bay, yada yada. No, no, no. It's going to be about the untold story behind the scenes of the making of that damn thing.
Yeah.
And how treacherous it really was for both Oppenheimer and everyone involved. That's really what
Mhm.
that movie is about.
Yeah.
So,
Mentally straining
yes,
and
mentally
stuff like
straining.
that.
A lot of people will resonate with that movie in the same way. But for
Mhm.
games, in my honest opinion, it's a lot more varied.
Mhm.
Some people are not going to resonate, not in a bad way or a good way. That really is
Mhm.
how video games are. That's why when you have movie like games, that is where
Mm.
it does point into question. And yes, that was a planned segue. That is a planned segue where there are plenty of games nowadays that are very, movie like. For better
Yeah.
and or for worse.
Mhm.
And this is where I do want to ask John, right? So there are
Mm.
plenty of video games that have a movie like experience. Put that there so everyone watching can.
Mm.
So do you think it is an adaptation draw from the entertainment industry, or do you think it's something unique to video games, like as an evolving identity?
I think it is unique. It's okay. Well, it's like a. I think it's a two-part thing. One, it's unique. Yes, it's unique to the gaming. I think it's unique from like unique to the gaming industry, or just gaming genre. But at the same time, it's something games have already done, right? Art usually tells a story is how I define it, right?
Hmm.
It either tells a story or it sends a message somehow, or it you know provides that for the player, the viewer, the consumer, right? The person absorbing the information, the content, right? So for video games that have like a movie like experience, you know how they have the cinematics and or like I the first thing that comes to mind is like Legend of Zelda. Games have long always told stories and
Yes, thank you for
right,
saying that. Yes.
yeah, they've always told stories. They've it's just in its own form. Like we
Hmm.
way back in games before we got cinematic, right?
Hmm.
Before the technology advanced to where we got animations into the game, it was just pixels, right?
Yeah.
They already told stories. It's just so I wouldn't say it's a adaptation or draw from an entertainment industry, but they've always told it. They've just advanced in a sense. Like I put like Final Fantasy or like I think of Final Fantasy as an example, right?
Mhm.
Where you have the original Final Fantasy VII that was like polygons and
Yes.
polygons moving and talking, and you had speech bubbles, right? Not even voice acting at the time.
Yeah.
And now you have the remake, for example, where it's still your same story, in an ish, right?
Yeah,
Same
ish.
story, ish, same story in a sense, same characters, but now all of a sudden they're just more advanced. They're in a sense technology, like graphically. So that's what I would say by that. It's unique in a sense that it's telling a story a different way, but also this is what I wanted to mention. Something that games provide that's unique about it though, about the storytelling, right, is that whereas maybe in a movie or something, I use movie as an example, but you get what I mean, a movie or a drama or even just like a comic book or something. What's in a sense slightly different is that you as a player is finding, like, let's say it's a detective game. Like, what is that one game called? I'll give this one a better example, like Danganronpa or
Mm-hmm.
Phoenix Wright. Where you're finding evidence. You have to find it. And if you don't find it, obviously you're not gonna get a good ending, or you're not
The
you're
game
not
is
gonna
not gonna
pass.
progress itself, basically.
The game is not gonna progress. Yeah. So it revolves the characters like not character, but you, the player's interactivity, you discovering it. And there's always Easter eggs in a game that provide more into the setting, the storytelling. Of course, you can go through the basic like lore, like and follow through the gameplay and where the game wants to take you. But sometimes you find like, I don't know, a character's like cup or something, or like an Eve where if depending on who you interact with in certain rooms or things like that, you gain a different ending or things like that. So that's where, if you think of it like that, it's different, right? It changes the experience.
Yes. To add to that, it's kind of like, and it's funny because a lot of people attribute it to like Last of Us and God of War. But ironically, games have been doing this for a while already. It's just that there's not as many, or they're not big AAA titles. But you look at, again, it's very poetic because it's a BioWare title with the most anticipated one coming out in 2 weeks. But BioWare does a very delicate balance, be it Mass Effect, KOTOR, or Dragon Age. They have this delicate balance of player input and predetermined event. Like, there are some stuff that you have no control and some you have complete control of. And that tightrope is what a lot of people like enjoy about BioWare games. And why I know a handful of people who just do not like at all God of War reboot, because to put it in a very simple, crude quote, it's like, if I wanted to watch a movie, I'll watch a movie. And on one end, I'm like, that's a big disservice to the game experience. But I do understand that sentiment, though, because even the most memed movie-like experience for a game, which is Metal Gear Solid 4, yes, that has literally over 40 hours of cutscenes. More hours of cutscenes than actual gameplay, believe me. I do understand that. However, I think it's very biased and a little unfair to say that if I wanted to watch a movie, I'll just watch a movie instead of like play God of War. And I'm like, if you did that with God of War, literally the game will not progress. Like, you physically cannot do nothing in God of War. However, that's why I translate it as there is a lack of player input. And I think that's something that a lot of video game enthusiasts really value in their games. They like their player input. That's why a lot of people really love BioWare games, because and in particular Red Dead Redemption 2, because it's like, my character in Mass Effect 1 to 3 is called Shepard, but my Shepard is different from Gian's Shepard, different from Soma's, because how we take control, how and what decisions we make as the main character can differ a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Like, my Shepard can be very sympathetic, literally a paragon of what a soldier is. Or John instead could be like, no, I'm willing to bend the rules and be a schmuck if it means like
the greater good. I'm not going to try and please both sides because that's like a huge ass risk. I'm going to go with the safer option. If one loses, at least the bigger side wins. And the thing is, but that's wrong. No, it's not, because you're given the option to. If
Yeah.
it was wrong, you should not be given the option to, or the game will not progress if it was wrong. But regardless of what decision you make as a player, the story goes on. See how I said story? The story
Yeah.
goes on, therefore the game goes on. But
Yeah.
in a game like you mentioned, like Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright, Danganronpa, or Professor Layton, if
Yeah.
you do not solve the puzzles, if you do not find the right
Yeah.
evidence, if you cannot get that not guilty verdict, the game just stops, game over.
Yeah.
So you're like, but there's still player input. Yes, that's directly tied to the gameplay, but the outcome is predetermined. No, the game decided your client is not guilty. Even if you're like, I don't agree. No, they are not guilty. Or you're like, I can't see it. Like they did the no, it's not guilty. That's you as a player. You have to figure out. It's kind of like you
Yeah.
are not exactly your own character at this point. No, you're Phoenix Wright. If you cannot figure out that your client is not guilty, Phoenix Wright cannot figure out that their client is not guilty. But as a writer, Capcom's writer for Phoenix Wright, no, he knows that they are not guilty, but he just can't figure it out because the player cannot figure it out.
Exactly.
And that is where a lot of games like, Last of Us, God of War, they have a lot of predetermined, like, it's practically like a movie-like experience. But where the line, I think, has to be drawn is that it is still intrinsically, I love that word, it's still a video game. There
Yeah.
has to be some level of player input where I cannot just let go and a huge chunk of stuff will happen without my input. Not saying
Yeah.
that it can, but if it can, that can be a problem. Can be. And that is a lot tougher also with legacy titles. Like, again, God of War. It is a legacy title since PS2. So a lot of the fans of the PS2 era, PS3 era of the game will have difficulty appreciating, even liking the reboot. And I think that's also more of like a sign of how video games have evolved. And this is why the first part of this talk was very important. I mentioned that just like a color of paint, video games are a spectrum. It's
Yeah.
not like we cannot have like no story focused games at all, or we can only have story focused games. No, we need both.
Yeah.
Because this is the point we have gone to in games. Like from N64 where we started. What was the goal of SM64? Save Princess Peach. That's it. There's no hidden narrative of how
Yeah.
an over like how a matriarchal society. No, there's nothing about that in Super Mario. Why is Princess Peach always like be kidnapped by Bowser? Doesn't this like narrate how much of a bias about? No, there's no heated discussion that you can get out of a Super Mario game. You don't need that. There are games that do that. There are games that don't do that. For better, for worse? No. This is the one point where it's not for better, for worse. That's just really how it is. Some games want to do that. Some games do not want to do that. However, we cannot stop games from doing what they want to do. If God
Right.
of War wants to pursue a more movie-like narrative-focused experience, that's good. We as a player base have a choice. I don't want to play this. I'll play something else. Good. Thumbs
Yeah.
up. Nice. Because for every person that says, I don't want to play this, there's another person that will say, I want to play this.
Yeah, I think it's adding on to that, piggyback off. It's like the genre of visual novel. There's always that. There's also it's like same thing with. I feel like it's the same audience. That's like if I wanted to watch a movie, I'll watch a movie. It's like visual novel games. They're like if I wanted to read a
yes.
book, I'll just read a book. But that's not it. You're not just reading the visual novel game. You're selecting choices.
Most visual
Um,
novels actually have more player input than your average game. Wink, wink.
Yeah, absolutely. They're every moving like part of that game is based on your choices. Like in like the most I guess the most like widely spread one is Doki Doki Literature Club,
Yes.
right?
Yes, I
That
agree.
that clearly is effective. The story progresses based on your input, things like that,
Yep.
or even just your classic dating otome game, the dating sim games. Who you
Yes.
even which route you go for.
And how
Um,
it affects the other characters that can also have a
it does.
lot of input.
Yeah, and also there's a game, for example, for any ultimate game players out there, there's a game called Diabolic Lovers. Based on your choices, it affects the character you play as, what type of personality type they
Mm,
have, and their relations with the character. And then that in itself can be your own unique experience because now you've made for context, this game is a vampire dating game.
mm,
But it affects, and the main character is not a vampire, but it affects how, like, your choices would affect how the story goes and how she reacts and basically treats these vampire boys, for example. So it's not just a movie, or not it's not just a novel at that point. It's how
yeah.
you shape the world. And the own like you're consuming that media.
Yeah. And that's
Mm.
one particular thing that I guess a lot of people in the video game landscape or environment kind of want more from developers. Like
Hmm.
it's like again, it almost sounds like I'm contradicting myself when I said earlier you cannot make a game for everyone. True. But it's more like we're practically nudging or exchange bumping shoulders with the developers. Where are you guys sure about this?
Hmm.
More, you're leaning more towards movie than game.
Mm.
Like, I guess again, it's not a. I mean, I'm not picky when it comes to games. I mean, I love God of War. I love Baldur's Gate. Like, games are fun, and I don't know. Like, it just struck a chord with me when last year when people were talking about game of the year, and people were making fun of
Ah.
Baldur's Gate 3 being a clear
Mm.
contender, and a lot of people were like, "Oh yeah, man, this gameplay is sick," and it's just pressing left click. I'm like, that is sorry. I might. This might bleh. This might sound very offensive, but that's like the most uneducated take I've ever heard.
Mm.
Like, if you really think that the core gameplay of Baldur's Gate 3 is just clicking left click, then you clearly need to play more games, or you should just stick to your game and make opinions about
Yeah.
your game because you clearly do not understand, or you do not even want to go out of your way to understand what other people appreciate. Because
Mhm.
me personally, as someone who likes to talk about, games, like, I have this personal rule. Like, if there's someone out there who has um a very hot take about something, and it's a clear sign of they don't play other games or whatnot, if they
Ah.
do not want to learn, if they do not want to be convinced otherwise, I'm not going out of my way.
Mhm.
Like, if this person doesn't want help, if they just want to stay frustrated at this game they're trying to beat, they just want to brute force it, you know what? Okay, fine. I'm
Uh-huh.
not going to help you. But if you keep saying that the game is bad because I don't want to learn how to beat it or whatever, that's on you. That's not on the game. But you
Yeah.
know what? Keep talking your shit.
Yeah, it's like if you're just gonna be like, I don't like this, I don't like that, it's okay, but you're not giving it a chance. I mean, it's like I wanted to add, like, this is why variety gaming, like, exposing, like, widening your
Horizon.
exposure, your horizon. Yeah, widening your horizon. It's just like with literature, there's different literature styles, right? It works the
Yeah.
same way with video games, widening your horizon on games. It's like how, yeah, you can find what you like, but knowing what other options are there and different styles of games, like, like, for example, I may not have an interest in, like, tower control type of games or
Mm.
strategic, like games like that require more like is it like turn-based
Yeah.
games, or even there's like, is it Tower Control? No, it's the one like Fire Emblem. I don't like, those.
Yeah. I mean, as
Yeah.
a Fire Emblem fan, I am aware not many people will like
Mm-hmm.
grid-based, turn-based battle systems. That's totally fine.
Yeah. And yeah, it's fine, but I don't think it's a bad game. It's just
Yeah.
yeah, I
That's
think
where I draw the line where I'm like,
yeah.
if you guys are complaining that Fire Emblem or whatever turn-based has like stupid gameplay, you guys are essentially calling chess stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's not that you can't judge it by that. And even if it's a game that has like, more story, it's more heavily story based, you can't say it's a bad game
Mm.
because it just
It's
means
just
that it's
not a
not
game for you, or you just cannot appreciate it, and that is totally
Mhm.
fine. This is
Mhm.
where both sides are at war with each other as well. You have one
Yeah.
side that's like, yeah, like I cannot appreciate it because of my own biases.
Mhm.
Then they get bombarded. Well, you have shit taste. Like, guys, we
Uh-huh.
don't make fun of them. If anything, it's their
Mhm.
loss. Like, they have difficulty getting out of their comfort zone. But if you guys see
Yeah.
that as like a problem or that's on them, that is also wrong. On
Mhm.
the other hand, there is also that side of like, well, you guys are a bunch of elitists or whatnot. Like, huh? Like, yeah, I do get that there are people who make fun of others for that, but come on. We are literally trying to broaden your horizons because
Yeah.
you are missing out on something we think is fun. But if you
Mhm.
can't, then okay, then end of story. The problem, however, is that there are people on your side that
Mhm.
say that the stuff we believe is bad and ergo we are wrong. I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
It's the whole I like
the loud
pancakes. Oh,
one.
you hate waffles? I just said I like pancakes. Well, I like waffles, so you're wrong. I'm like, huh?
Yeah. They're just more narrow-minded.
Yes, and that is a problem that hilariously it's been there in the other industries as well, be it
It has.
anime, film, movie. It has carried over to
Uh-huh.
games. It really,
yeah.
really has.
Oh yeah, you can like even in cooking, you can be like, I like the simplicity of flavors, and you can have people who are like, no, you must have the finest spices put together or something. Or even in literature, you'll see that same thing where they're like, comic books aren't literature, and they're like, oh,
Oh,
what do you
no.
mean? Right? You have
Or yeah, and like when I mentioned that video games have been doing this before, a lot of people
Mhm.
tend to forget about a game called Spec Ops: The Line. Like a lot of people like to talk about how Last of Us really like, whoa, it really showcased how
Oh,
brutal humanity can
game-changing.
be, like how brutal humans are in a very dire situation and whatnot. And I'm like, did you guys forget that Spec Ops: The Line was a thing, or even Metal Gear Solid was a thing?
Oh my god.
Metal
Metal
Gear
Gear
Solid
Solid.
perfectly, in a very fantasy way, like showed how brutal war is and how there are literally no winning sides and how there are people literally being manipulated and exploited just for war to the point where they cannot see their lives outside of war, and that's really, really fucking bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how can you live a life like that? Like, the only time you feel enjoyment is when you are at the verge of when literally your life hangs in the balance. And it's not like, oh my god, like they're crazy. No, that's the life they've known for a long time. And that's really sad. And then you look at Spec Ops: The Line that did a more grounded version of that, where again, the decision to just use what is essentially a war crime button, and then you're trying to justify it. And that clever narrative of every time you go to the main menu to continue your game, the flag of the United States becomes more torn, worn, and blood splattered the more you progress the story.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a clever way of like, you are starting to lose the point in your way with
that's the clever part of the title. The line. Where do you draw the line when it comes to conflict? And you as a player, you have very little input. You have very little because the story plays out in a certain way. Like it's not really meant to be fun, like intrinsically fun. No, the shooting part is fun. Working with your teammates to kill
Right.
insurgents or whatever. No, it's fun. But when the story hits you hard, like, oh my god, that's heavy. That's the whole point of that is the
Yeah.
point of the game. Like, yeah, a lot of us like these war themed games a little too much. Like a lot of
Mm.
people really like COD games. Like, woo, yeah, we're killing this, that. Like, guys, it's not something that we should be enjoying complete. Like yes, the gunplay is fun, but
Right.
the whole theme of this war is not supposed to be celebrated. Absolutely not.
Oh no. I think in those type of games, for example, they forget the premise, the in a sense, the story. They focus more on the that's where they get a little too absorbed on just the gaming aspect of it even. They lose the meaning.
Yeah. And that's why everyone gets lost when they're having fun and then suddenly something hits them really hard and they're not having fun.
Mm.
Yes, another clever segue because the next question is, are there times you are aware that you are not having fun
Ah.
the game you are playing? Has that ever happened? Like, it's not after you've played, like, yeah, this isn't fun anymore. No, you're in the middle of playing the game and this creeping feeling at the back of your head almost giving you goosebumps, like, oh no, I'm not having fun. Have you ever
Mm.
experienced that?
I have, and that I feel I touched upon it like quite a bit was
Hmm.
with the Genshin dailies or the quests, right?
Yeah,
Some of
yeah.
the quests became like chores. I love just yeah, sure, I love playing with the characters that I pulled for, but some of the quests I feel like it wasn't adding much value even just in the story. Like I'd be helping villagers or things like that and I'm kind of like why am I doing this? Like
Hmm.
it's fine and all, but why was where I had and I was like, yeah, I'm not feeling this. And then I hold it off and I don't do those particular quests. And it's not even just to fulfill like I know like there's some like for example Legend of Zelda players who are like 100% completion, but like and they'll find that fun and that's fine. But like at least with some of that, it's like okay, there's a goal in mind, but for me, I think like for example, for me that's a game like a that's into the gaming lore or even just gameplay. I'm like, what value does this give me? And that's where that's so far one of the few games that I've noticed where I'm like, yeah, this isn't fun for me.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That That is actually a very clever take on like not realizing you're having fun, because I think that highlights a problem that some games have. If you look at Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, the message and value that's tied to your experience is very simple. It's literally two words. Beat Ganon.
Yeah.
That's literally it. Which means that even if you are aware or unaware, everything you are doing at that game hinges. How does this help me beat Ganon? If it doesn't, why the hell am I doing this?
Right.
That's most of the like how it's tied to your overall experience. It may sound cheap, but that's kind of like the beauty of it. Some people can find value beyond just beating Ganon. Some people cannot. But that message is brought forth by the game, by the developer. And if that is lost, that can be a problem. And this is kind of why I quit Genshin, because the first message, look for sibling.
Oh yeah.
For each passing zone, I'm like,
Each area you go to.
I feel like this message has been lost already.
Yeah.
And
Like
the
where
thing is,
where
like,
is it?
but
Where's the
Yoko,
continuation?
Mario did it with the princess is in another castle. How long does the first Super Mario game last? Not that long.
Yeah.
But you eventually get it. That's the point. I eventually saved Princess Peach. God knows how many more
Mm-hmm.
zones we'll get on Genshin. But the first
Yeah.
message was delivered with your value hinges on you finding your sibling. And good lord, they
Right.
have stretched that out so much.
Mm-hmm.
And to
And I think that's
compare
the
it with.
challenge.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And
Yeah.
to compare it with Zen Zone Zero, the first message that they delivered was not even made clear. And I think that's the beauty of it. Because
Mm-hmm.
when you start, the introduction is not even the main character. It's about a faction that you
Mm-hmm.
can play as. And
Mm-hmm.
that's part of the set piecing. It's only in the current patch where I learned, oh my god, this is what the main characters have been working for. Holy shit. And it's clever because now my emotional investment has been spread in a right way, and
Mm-hmm.
um my expectations were what's the word, subverted in a good way.
Yeah.
Like, I did not see this coming. But
Right.
when the message in Tears of the Kingdom Breath of the Wild is very clear, beat Ganon.
Uh-huh.
Like, there are a majority of the side quests and the side content does
Mm-hmm.
connect to that.
It
That's
does.
why
Yeah.
dude, this is the
Oh, that's a really
100th
good example. Yeah.
this is the 100th shrine you have done. Yes, but this will help me beat Ganon.
Mm-hmm. Or they'll incorporate like lore, like, and this is where story plays into the gameplay, right? And you as the character that's playing it, because they'll have like little tidbits of like, oh, like I don't know, there's like one quest where you discover like this missing thing. I don't know. I have not played it to that extent, okay?
All good, all
Like
good.
you like I'm just giving an example, right? Like you
Mm.
discover a piece and this happened in the past, and you're seeing like a past to the, like it's adding more like more details to the story, the ever-larging story, right?
Mm.
That's what, like, for example, Legend of Zelda does. But with some quests where it no longer becomes fun, it's like you as the player, like, what does this matter? Why does this matter? And I think that's where it's like about the game. And another example is like Zoocosis, right?
Mm.
Tibbs and I were saying, because in Zoocosis, you don't feel for anybody in this game.
Mm.
There's a girl that you discover. Spoiler alert! I don't know if you intended to play it.
No, I did not.
Okay, but there's like a girl you find, but you as a player, you don't connect with this girl. Like, she just tells you to do all these things, but you're just kind of like, okay. And but the whole purpose was that you as the main character, is trying to find a job, and then it turns out this job is sketchy. But then now you have no way out of this job, and and now you have to you know you just have to tend to these animals. But then at the same time, like, there's a quest in there, for example, where like you have to save all the animals, and it's like, but okay, you're saving these animals, but like, why does these animals matter? Are you gonna, like, do you feel for it? Does the character like animals? Like, and when one of the animals die, you don't get consequence. It's just, there's no consequence for like an animal dying, and then you just don't feel anything for the animal die. You as the player just move on. Okay, time to move on to the next exhibit.
And this
Like-
is where I feel people have difficulty explaining, right? When people say big picture, like, oh, come on, Yoko. What's the big picture of Super Mario? You're saving Princess Peach. That is still the big picture of the
That's
game.
the big
Yes,
picture.
it's small, but that's the big picture. Why am I
It's simple, but
stepping
it's
on these
still the big
Goombas?
picture, yeah.
Why am I sliding down these flagpoles? Why am I going through these harsh
They are the
environments
enemies. They are
to
your
save
obstacles.
Princess Peach? Yes, it is a small picture, but that's the big picture. When we're talking
Mhm.
big picture, we're talking about size, not scale. Yes, it is a small, but it's the big picture of this game. You compare that to the big picture of, say, Last of Us. You are
Ah.
literally trying to transport the
Mhm.
only known living
Cure.
immune human to this global pandemic in a world that will literally rob and kill you without second thought. Like,
Mm.
that is a fucking insane big picture. But that
Yeah.
big picture remains the big picture from start finish.
Yeah.
But it is still a big picture that players will focus on. And I think that is not necessarily a bad thing, but that is a problem that a lot of games tend to commit. Like, they
Mhm.
fail to establish a solid big picture and
Yeah.
maintain focus on big picture because it's kind of a paradox. A lot of people, when they play games, knowingly or subconsciously, they are focusing on the big picture. Everything they do. And
Yeah.
sometimes this is where video games are very difficult. Even though
Mhm.
you tell me the big picture is beat Ganon, that's not my big picture. My big picture for Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom is fixing all this shit that Ganon fucking effed up
Yeah.
beyond recognition. That's my big picture.
Uh-huh.
For most people, no, I just need to kill Ganon, that's it. Like, for me as a player, that's not enough. I want to
Mhm.
fix everything in Hyrule that
Mhm.
Ganon fucked over. And that's
Yeah.
why a lot of people celebrate Breath of the Wild because and Tears of the Kingdom. You can literally F everything, just rush the Ganon and beat the crap out of him with a branch.
Right.
That's an option. They don't take that option away from you.
Right.
That is an option you can take. They don't recommend, but they don't restrict you. That's a good
Yeah.
thing.
It's true. And you can play it as simplistic as you want, as we were
Mhm.
saying.
Yes.
Or you can play it as complex as you want. You want more details, you want more story, you can have that. You can do those quests and they add value to the game and the world that you're like involved in, right?
And I mean, like, again, Jane has a good point also. Most family type entertainment don't tend to question your action. I mean, you look at Mario Party and Mario Kart. What's the big
Oh, yeah.
picture? The big picture, there is still a big picture. Not kidding. The big picture is literally in the word party. Everyone in the Mario universe is just having fun.
Yeah.
Just throw them in there, let them have fun. About Mario Kart, same thing. We're just racing
Mhm.
each other. It's very simplistic, but that is still the big picture. If all of a sudden in the middle of Mario Kart, suddenly like at the middle, like when my cart like gets hit by a blue shell, oh, here's the mini game. You have to fix the fucking engine. Like what? What?
Right. I think interestingly enough, Mario Party even it's a different medium of board games, but like digital, and there's still
Yes.
a unique spin to it, right?
There
Of course,
is.
there's still a big picture is that all the characters are having a party, you know. Like I think Mario Party 8 maybe is the
Mm.
one where like you go to different maps and they'll even expand on the map like, oh, this is a place where like I don't know, Candy Kingdom or not, is it called Candy Kingdom? I don't remember. The map that
Yes.
had all the candy stuff, right? Or the
Mm.
train one. I hope I'm quoting the right Mario Party, but there's a train map, right? So you go in there and basically the characters are navigating the game and just having a good time, you know? As simple as simplest as it is, you know?
Mm.
I
And
mean, that's
well,
Mario Party.
yes. And like to move on to the next question, that is kind of like
Mm.
the issue. Well, not really issue. It's the intrinsic nature of games, right?
Mm.
Fun being both subjective and objective.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think um do you think making games now is easier or harder?
Mm. So I at first I would say it would have been harder just because technicality wise, right?
Mm,
I'm thinking graphics, I'm thinking mechanics, right? It is tough, and even just like coding and all that has all, and like now it's their cinematics and stuff. It's relatively become hard skill wise, right? But at the same time, um, it dawned upon me because it's become relatively easier too. Nowadays, we have so much variety of games out there.
Mm.
In there, you have the indie RPG maker that makes it as simple as just your WASD and you know the click of a button of
mm,
certain objectives. Or you go as from there, I recently played a game called Pumpkin Panic, and um that game is just like an itch.io game, but
Ooh.
it was fun because it was a survival Stardew Valley. Spoopy survivals Stardew Valley. But that is still fun, and I think it's still relatively easy to create. It's not difficult graphics. It's literally two like PNGs, moving
mm.
and basic commands. So I would say it's relatively easier to make games now. But whether they're fun is always, of course, depending on what
Mm.
you're looking for.
True, true.
Hmm.
And I actually like your answer because I do agree. In a sense, it is both because
Hmm.
with the current technology we have, to be honest, I think it is easy to put whatever game you envision
Hmm.
into a game.
Yeah.
I really think with the current technology we have, it's a lot easier. However,
Yeah.
selling that is where it becomes a lot harder.
Yeah.
Because I guess to put a metaphor, back then, games, in terms of like food parallelism, everyone was content with like fast food tasting stuff.
Hmm.
But nowadays, even just about you really don't know what kind of person, what kind of food the next person will like.
Hmm.
Like literally one day you'll encounter one person who wants like high quality, like deep
Hmm.
narrative, insane graphics, and then the next day I just I just I just want to blow shit up. And both are still fun, and neither side is even wrong.
Right.
And that's where the hard part is about making games. It's not even the making part of the game, it's the selling part of making games that I think has gotten a lot harder. And
Yeah.
also because a lot of people, in my opinion, regardless of what you might see online, I
Mm.
think a lot of people who play video games are a lot more educated and more aware of what they like.
Yeah.
Like if I were to
Um.
ask someone what kind of video game do you like,
Mm.
even in their simplest words, I'm like, wow, that is very specific, but it's very
Yeah.
clear that you have a particular game in mind. It's
Mhm. Mhm.
no like it's very rare where people don't know because they don't know. Whenever I get a response, I honestly don't know what kind of game I like. It's because
Yeah.
there is not a singular type of game that they like or do not like because they're just not picky. And depending on your perspective, especially if you try to look at it from the perspective of people making games, they prefer people who know what game they like than people who don't know what kind of game they like. Because they need, like, little data is better than a lot of nothing data.
Mhm. Mhm.
Because they really need to zero in what kind of game are we making? What kind of players are we
Oh.
selling our game to? What kind of gamer for what kind of gamer are we making our game for?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a good quote.
Even a small statistic number is better than a lot of people who say I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine asking 100,000 people and then 10,000 of them say, "Yeah, we want this game." 90,000 say, "I don't know." That is a nightmare to work with.
Yeah. I would say that it's similar to like, dare I say, how the kids toy industry is, right?
Yes.
They're very, very fickle
Yes.
in the
very
sense where
fickle-minded.
you don't, because they're one, they're children. Two, you never know what trends are, not let alone game trends. We're not we don't even dabble on that yet, but just
Yeah,
toys, for
very.
example,
Yeah,
right?
very clearly.
Yeah, toy trends, like they'll never know. And at that point, at least with toys, they don't, their audience is children, but they don't know what the interest is, right? So likewise, games, it's like, at least you need to know what type of audience you're looking for, right? So if you're doing an FPS game, then you're obviously looking for FPS players. Or if
Yeah.
you're doing like Souls-like, then there gotta be some sort of challenge, right?
I mean, if there is one prevailing trend in the current video game industry that has not changed for a long time, and why some genres thrive more than the other,
Hmm.
immediate feedback. Those two
Ah.
words kind of immediately, like,
Mm.
now it makes sense why a lot of genres are not thriving and why genres are changing in a specific way. Why do you think
Mm.
the most popular genre right now are shooters? The feedback is immediate.
Mm-hmm.
And why do you think also a lot of RPGs have been leaning less turn-based and more towards action-based? I mean,
Oh,
one of the
yeah.
upcoming RPGs have real-time combat. It's no longer take time.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy is a good
Fi-
example.
Yeah, look at Final
They
Fantasy.
turned the 7 remakes. Didn't they turn a turn-based into just,
It's
your
not just
your
button mashing. It's still
Yeah.
turn-based because you're waiting for your ATB bar to fill. But
Oh,
the
yeah.
combat
Yeah,
is
usually.
so active.
Yeah,
The
it's a lot more
second,
active
it's
now.
not minute to minute. The second to second gameplay, you are pressing something. That has been the trend for a lot of games nowadays. If a game or genre was a lot more passive before, it has become more active. And if there is one legacy franchise that did show signs of this as a trend, Resident Evil. You look at 1 to 3, the first
Mhm.
like PS1 era.
Mhm.
They were very like low action per minute to minute gameplay.
Right.
But Resident Evil 4 onwards, there are a lot of things happening to you and a lot of things you happen as you play.
Yeah.
Because it's a delicate balance. You cannot have it lopsided, right?
Mhm.
Because
Right.
initially, the amount of zombies or enemies that you will encounter as a player, it's not too much that you cannot play. It's enough to get you like the tension because it's still horror. But it's not too much where you're like, I wish I could move around like Doom Guy and shoot these guys.
Mhm.
Because in RE4, it feels more like that. Because you can move a lot, do a lot, there has to be a lot to bring that out of you, right? Like, why will you run? If the game wants you to run, why would you run? If nothing is giving you a reason to run. But in old games, even they did that pretty well. Of course, like, speed comparison, it's nowhere near as fast, but the design balanced around that. And that's kind of like how a lot of games today evolved. Like, they understand this current trend of like a lot of people really like immediate feedback, like really fast feedback, that a lot of games that did not have that intrinsically, they have adapted that. And I would say for better and for worse. I would say for better and for worse. There are a lot of genres that are almost dead because of that.
Ah.
Like, when was the last
Yeah.
time we've had an RTS? A game like Warcraft or StarCraft? Battle Realms, that kind of
Oh.
thing. No.
Yeah.
the market for that is way too small, in my honest opinion.
Yeah.
And if there's one market I belong to that I know, like my favorite genre is At the Brink.
Mm.
Tactical stealth espionage. It's a fancy word for stealth because, in my honest opinion, calling like Hitman or Assassin's Creed a stealth game, that's kind of incomplete. Because stealth back then was a lot more restrictive, a lot more patient, a lot more punishing.
Mm.
But of course, as time progressed, games that appealed to a wider audience were not like that anymore. So that genre had to evolve or it got left behind. And in some way it did, where there are some games, for better and or for worse, they have stealth mechanics or worse, stealth segments. Like, it would be very weird if, for example, while Gian is playing Lies of P, like 80% she's dodge rolling, killing enemies, and then suddenly she's in this area where there are like these lampposts, and if you get caught by the lamppost, you just die. Like, why is there a stealth segment in my Souls-like? This doesn't make any sense. And that's really where I'm like, yeah, this is what I do not particularly like about games nowadays. When they cannot, like, they clearly want to make a stealth game, or they like stealth mechanics.
And they want
But
to
they know that
incorporate
it has very small, limited appeal. So they try to shoehorn it. And I'm like, no, don't do that. Make a game that you want to make, or make a game that everyone wants to play. Don't do both. You'll piss off both.
Yeah, because it's not enough at that point.
It's not enough
It's not
of
enough,
either.
or it's too... Yeah.
Like, people who were looking for a Souls-like experience will be pissed if they're forced to do stealth all of a sudden. And then people who wanted a stealth game are like, that's it? This is the only stealth segment in this game? What?
Right.
See, and yeah, that's also why I think games are a lot harder to make now. Because, again, also it comes into this. A lot of people don't talk enough about this. Budget. People really underestimate how expensive it is to make games now.
It is.
We are lucky. I think we are lucky. This might be a hot take. I think we're lucky that games still cost only $60, $70 for AAA games. I really think, like, even I think that's pricey, but all things considered, I think we're lucky they still only spend that much.
Yeah.
And
the thing is
yeah, go ahead.
Speaking about that, now that you mention it, it's very lucky because you think about it from the developers. They work their life on this for like, who knows, 1 to 2 years, and then they release it. That's it. That's their income. And it's not like movies where they can release it on box office or screen showings multiple times. Or even they have an option to later release it digitally, and then by then it's like they got more options of money flowing in, right? But for games, they're limited to there it is. Like,
not just that.
And the
audience of those industries, in my honest opinion, I mean this in the most respectful way, they are much more predictable than the video game audience, in my honest opinion.
Yeah.
Like, you look at one of the most beloved action franchises of modern film industry. Look at John Wick. Literally,
John Wick.
anyone who's watched any action-related film can appreciate that. They can appreciate that movie. And it's action, right? It's action. But if you ask someone who played, like, Final Fantasy, and then you ask them, do you like Persona? You will never know if they will actually like it.
Yeah.
Because you can say, Persona is turn-based. There are a lot of mechanics in Persona I bet you people do not like.
Yeah.
Like the idea that if the main character of the party dies, it's over. A Final Fantasy player will be like, that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
But of course, someone who likes Persona is like, we're used to it. Like this has been
Yeah, that
part
makes
of its.
sense.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
But that's what I meant by unpredictable. Even someone who plays
Mhm,
like
mhm.
any FPS will like, I don't like Apex. I like
No-
COD though. And
Yeah.
at the back, you're like, aren't they the same thing? No, they're
No.
not. They're absolutely not. That's
Mhm.
what I meant by unpredictable. Because
It's
again,
true.
not like, of course, it's very specific, but you have less instances of that happening in a film, in an
Yeah.
anime, in a movie. Like I said,
Oh yeah.
anyone who's watched an action movie, if they watch John Wick, they can still like it. They can still appreciate it. Even if, like, what action movie have you watched? Oh, I watched, I don't know, Die Hard, Mission Impossible. They'll still watch John Wick, like, yo, this is cool.
Yeah.
But
They'll
again-
tap into it.
Yeah,
You know?
they'll dabble into it, and again, people tend to miss this out. How much is your average movie ticket?
Oh yeah.
A fraction
Mm-hmm.
of your average AA AAA game.
Fraction. It's barely. It's like a lot of fractions. It's
A game
decimal.
is roughly 4-6 times the price of a movie ticket.
Yeah.
Now, the argument for that is, but Yoko, your average game lasts 10 to 20 hours. That is very true. However, some people cannot even get past 2 hours of a game.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is one argument that this has caused a lot of like discourse. It gets better. Look, that argument on the surface, that is fair. But in my honest opinion, with the price of games right now, especially right now, a game, it should not get better after an hour or 2 hours. No, it should not give a bad first impression and then it gets better. No, the first impression has to be good and then the game gets better.
Mm-hmm.
Like if a person's first impression is bad, that's already bad. Like that's it.
Yeah. That's
It's-
it for them.
It's
Th-
then
not
up to the
their
person if they're
intention.
willing to grit their teeth for a few more hours and then it gets better. But I
Mhm.
do not like the idea of people accepting the fact that, oh, if the game sucks now in the opening hour, it should get better later. No. A game should not, quote unquote. I say quote unquote because it's still subjective. But a game should not, quote unquote, suck on the first hour and then gets better at the 20th. Like, no. That 19 hours, I could have had having fun playing another game. That's fun.
Oh yeah.
From the first to the 19th hour, I could have done that.
Mm-hmm. I think a good adding on to this, for example, is when I would try to convince my IT sibling, like, hey, you should play this game. And he'd be like, for $60 for one game mode? I think not. Like that. He'll say things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be like, that's fair. Okay.
That's fair.
You know? Yeah. But I get that. I'm just like, but at the same time, I'm like, when the game can actually feel it's good and it's like, it feels like, yes, that validates my $60 or something.
It does. Like, even though
Yeah.
it's one game mode, if that
Mhm.
one game mode is fun the first minute and
Yeah.
and the 10th hour, that's a good game mode.
Yeah.
Like,
And even if
just
like the
to
first
give
hour
an
of playing it, you're like,
example-
yeah, it's worth it.
Just to give an example, Hunt Showdown. It's a very
Mm.
niche game. It's priced. It's a price game. It's not free to play. In an
Mm.
era where a lot of FPS games are free to play, this one isn't. First minute of that game, hella fun. 10th hour, still hella fun. And there's only one like main game mode. It's still like that till now. It's still fun.
Mm.
And it's not about like, yay, lots of game modes. No, there's just one game mode that's fun the first minute and the 10th hour. Like, focus on that first before you make God knows how many game modes. It gets tired at like the 30th minute you play. And then you try another game mode, you're like, yep, it gets boring 30 minutes after. Like, what's the whole point then of having 6 game modes that are boring 30 minutes in?
And the only difference is that you're playing another game mode that also gets boring on the 30th minute. You're basically choosing what will I get bored at.
Right, right. I'm not feeling it like this.
Like, damn, that's just sad. Like, it doesn't matter if there are so many ways to play chess, right? You know, there's speed chess,
Right.
there's, if you're not having fun playing chess, don't. There are other board games, there are other games in general you can play. But that's entirely what I'm talking about. The argument of like, there's only one way to play this game. Is it fun though? If
Is
it's
it-
fun, I'm sold.
Right.
Like there's a delicate balance. That this is why it's so hard to make games now. You can have a game that has one game mode and it sucks because there's only one game mode. But there can also be a game that has only one game mode and it's the most fun shit you've ever played. You can
Right.
have a game that has 6-10 game modes. You're like, yes, endless fun. You can also have a game that has 6-10 games. Yay, endless boringness. Games are not easy to make.
No, it's hard in a sense of business wise and just like player base, like finding your audience.
Yes.
It's difficult.
And
Not only technical.
yes, and I'm glad you used that word because it segues perfectly. Yes. Now about specific audience, right? Of course. Mass appeal versus niche. I mean, we cannot lie to ourselves and say, come on, there are no games that do that. No, there are.
There are.
Niche. We will mention examples later, but do you think the industry will eventually lean one way, or will there still be a balance? Wait, quotation balance. Because if we're talking about mass appeal versus niche, I mean, you look at freaking easiest example. You look at Fortnite.
Ha!
That
Battle Royale.
Yeah, not just Battle Royale, but even as a brand, Fortnite is built as a brand to appeal. Look, if you have, like, I mean in the most literal sense, no PC, you're fine. Play on your iPad or your phone. You, like, are you an adult, a young adult, a kid? You'll still have fun. And again, because of the mass appeal, because of the skins. Oh, you like Star Wars? We have Star Wars skins. But I'm not a Star Wars fan. I'm a Marvel fan. Guess what? You have Marvel skins.
Marvel skins.
But I like fighting games. You play Street Fighter? Yeah, we have Street Fighter skins. What? Exactly. Mass appeal. Fortnite can and will appeal to a staggering amount of markets all at once. And for
Right.
better and for worse, usually worse, a lot of games are trying to emulate that. And they completely miss the point. And as someone who
Right.
kind of scoffed at, I sincerely apologize, Fortnite fans. As someone who used to scoff at the idea of playing Fortnite, when I played Fortnite, that's really when it clicked. Like, okay, I get it now. I apologize. I did not understand your game. I now get why Fortnite is so successful and like a lot of people like it. That's why it baffles
Yeah.
me. Companies hire me. I do not know why a lot of companies are failing to capture the success of Fortnite when in my opinion all it takes is play it for like a day, not 24 hours a day. No, just try playing it for a day and you'll see why Fortnite is making the big bucks
Right.
and it's free.
I mean, for example, for me at least, I can say like I may not be an FPS player, but I can see the appeal of Fortnite, and which is why they appeal to the mass appeal. Is don't repeating myself, but
Nah, all good.
because it's so easy for a new player like me to jump on it That's the thing. It's not a huge learning curve. Um, they can get someone interested based on the skins that they have. I think when I hopped on after the first time I ever played way back, since then, was the JJK collab that they had.
Ah,
And
yeah.
that was and that's where I was like, all right, all right, all right, all right. I'll jump in on your Fortnite game. It was like that.
And at the end of the day, they still have your money.
Yeah, they still got my money.
They got your money.
That's
They
how
got
they
what you
got
wanted.
'em.
They got what they wanted.
Got him. Absolutely, they got him. But I still think, though, that overall, the industry will still. I think they'll still find a balance. The thing is that there's
Mm,
like turn-based games, for example, they're very few.
yeah.
But for as an example, right, there's very few nowadays with that type of style. But I don't think that it's going anywhere. Of course, like accessibility is the like moving is the power move lately with a lot of games, is that they're making it more consoles, more you know, cross play in a sense.
Yeah.
But I think for me, I feel like there will still be that niche. Like, it's just that it goes back to that heart. Is it like easy to find your audience when you create it? It's hard for them to tell. Like, if we spend all our time and make this niche game, is it worth it? You know, will it be worth it with their time and effort? But I think there is still that audience for it.
Yeah, I can see that. And me personally, I think that it will fluctuate.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was a time, remember, there was a time where every game was Battle Royale. It was staggering. Every game had a Battle Royale mode. Or every game that was like, oh wow, like it's a magic based game, Battle Royale. God.
No, the perfect example is after Breath of the Wild came out, every game was open world.
Glider!
Open world, gliders.
Glider!
Fast-
Climb everything. My
travel.
God,
Fast
fucking damn it.
travel. Everything was it. And then I love how someone mentioned trend, because I was thinking that too. There's always a trend with like with video game genre-ish, because do you remember that there was a time when like it's like not apocalyptic, but there's a time where
Oh yes.
video games were into that dystopia type of world, right?
Cuff cuff Last of Us.
Yeah, oh yeah, apocalyptic. Yeah. Zombies were like a huge like trend at one point. And did you guys notice how recently with the when Final Fantasy, what's the latest one that came out?
Rebirth.
The one Rebirth, not
Yeah.
7, not the reboot. Is it
Oh.
that was the like in terms of the new installment, not a reboot. but
Origins? The one with Chaos?
the one with Clive as the main character?
Oh, that's 16.
16, right? Yeah. Did you notice when that game came out, it felt like the trend of video games were going back to, like, what do you call it?
Medieval.
Medieval?
Yep.
Like, I don't even know how these games decide that, yes, we're going back to the medieval area, because that came out, dare I say, Resident Evil was, not Resident Evil, sorry, it's because you keep mentioning it. It's like Elden Ring was medieval,
Yeah, it was.
and then there was another game that's slipping off my tongue during that same year-ish time period. Whoa, it's not that long ago, but yeah, where it was just medieval coming, like, making a comeback. So it's the
True.
trend.
Yeah.
There is those people who really likes that, and we have the sci-fi junkies out there, So
agree.
that's in a sense.
For me, though, I'm straight up inventing a word. But I think currently we are approaching a trend which I do want to call appealing niche. Where what is considered niche, survival horror, RPG,
Yeah.
they're starting to be like more like have a wider appeal, but it's still not mass appeal. Because if you look at Dragon Age, for example, a lot of its mechanics are starting to appeal to the forever trending immediate feedback. That the combat is so actiony and so fast paced. However, it is still very tactical in nature. I'm pretty sure like
Yeah.
there are still builds and everything like with RPGs and stuff. And with survival horror at the very least, with what direction Silent Hill, Resident Evil is, it's becoming a lot more appealing as well to play. Like it's
Mhm.
like I said, it's the niche are starting to become very appealing. It's still not mass
Yeah.
appeal, it's still niche, but the niche is starting to be more pronounced out of its little shadow of a niche. Like it's a lot more noticeable now.
Oh yeah,
Because-
it's bringing in a new player base that's like, I think I could try this. You know, I can give it a
but
go.
it will still please the newer, the old player base. I mean,
Oh,
this has
yeah.
been happening with like you look at something a game that kind of spearheaded this trend of like appealing niche. You look at Yakuza. Ever since the 7th, it has like it's a turn-based action RPG because you still do inputs in battle to like do stuff. And a lot of games now do that. You look at the new Atlas RPG Metaphor,
Mm.
and then you look at the upcoming game Expedition something, I forget. Even Ben Starr, Clive Rossfield's VA, is in that game as well. And it is action RPG, turn-based RPG with action elements. So that's what I meant by appealing niche. You have the
Yeah.
prevailing niche element and then a wide appeal sub element to it. The wide appeal sub element of these games nowadays are, guessed it, action.
Yeah.
A lot of games are becoming more actiony while still maintaining their identity. Because
Yeah.
if you look at Metaphor, it's still turn-based, but it's more actiony for a turn-based game. Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy. There's still mana management, ATB, a lot more actiony. And that trend, I think, has been really becoming a thing in a lot of niche genres right now. You look at RE Remake ever since 2. RE2 Remake was around pre-COVID, and it was already very actiony for a survival horror game. You look at Silent Hill 2 as well. A lot of the janky combat is not as janky as its original counterpart. Because some people see the jankiness as part of its identity and part of its appeal, but it's a very niche appeal. When it got ironed out into a better action experience, it's not the focus, of course. Action is not the focus of Silent Hill. But because it has a better action element to it, it's more appealing for people to get into now. And that's what I'm talking about, appealing niche. You even look at Monster Hunter Wilds. I can't believe I found a clever way to transition to Monster Hunter Wilds. And I'm talking about, but Yoko, it's an action game. How the hell do you make it more appealing? They literally overhauled all the weapons so you have less of a reason to stop and think. There's just a lot more emphasis right now, at least on a surface level. See? Surface level. That's what people focus on, whether it's appealing or not. Surface level. That's what most people care about. If the surface is not appealing, they do not care what's below it. The game can have very deep, appealing mechanics, but if the surface is not appealing, you have lost whatever wide appeal you may have. But that's why the first trailers, even though they're like 1 minute, The first gameplay trailers they had were for each weapon, and the unanimous message was these weapons have less punishment to them. Like you'd think, oh, with big greatsword, I'm slow, right? Which means I have to be very careful. No, you don't. Because you don't have to aim your greatsword anymore when you do the slow true charge slash. No, you can redirect it. Yeah, but you could do it too. No, I really mean redirect it at a really wide angle. These games are giving you more reasons to actually play them instead of giving you less reasons. Because that used to be a thing. You really used to be like hyper focused on a small niche so that you have like a huge number of people saying it's good.
Right.
Than a super large number of people arguing whether it's good or bad. And you were saying something?
No, it reminded me because this happens when my IT sibling was out and I think he was shopping or somewhere. He was going to some warehouse and there's a bunch of different vendors there. And he was with his friend. And what happened was that this vendor was giving away something, right? And they're basically, if you can answer the question right, then you can get what they're giving away. And this is in the context of video games. They had mentioned this is a very like, they said this is a niche video game that is coming out that I'm excited for, you know, and it was in the context of, and I forgot what like how they described the game, but they said it's a niche video game. And or did they use niche? I think I think they used niche, and it has to deal with like slaying or something. I don't know. And my brother was like thinking really hard, like what is considered niche, and he was naming all these titles, and it wasn't it. And I mean, it was just him and his friend that were guessing, but then it turned out to be Monster Hunter Wilds, and he was like,
Yep,
was
that's
like,
niche.
Yeah, but
surprising. You know, that's niche.
I know, but I needed really, I wish I remembered the story right, and I may have told it wrong, but yeah, it was like either they said it was niche, or they said it wasn't niche, but it's a game that not a lot of people know about, is how they described it.
That is a very accurate way to describe Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
With the amount of hype it gets, you would not think it's niche, but it is niche.
It is niche. Yeah.
Hiyoko, would you consider RE niche? Yes. Yes, it is. Resident Evil is niche. It's just that the audience of the niche is really fucking big.
They're very
There's just
big
a lot
and loud,
of us,
you mean.
but it's still
They're
niche.
loud. Yeah. But yeah, that's what it reminded me of. That's what I wanted to say.
That's good. All right, we're finally down to our final question. So what is a major challenge / issue that the video game industry is facing, or if not actively facing, should definitely address?
I would say how do I word this? Conflict of interest. And in this case, yeah, I would say it's a conflict of interest, and this can go both ways, either through the developers themselves or through the audience, the player base that is playing
oh my
it.
God, I could not have worded that perfectly. That is, oh my God, that's so good. I agree. All right, continue.
No, I no, yeah, I was just gonna say it's like a perfect example of that is like management versus developers, right? Management's like, you need a game that will sell, or sometimes you'll have developers that are like, I want to put all of these ideas in here, and then you have, you know, developers and story writers and artists even, right? Who are like, I don't know about that. I don't like, you have this team, right? That's just like struggling to narrow down what they want to, like,
Mm.
what their vision is, right? And then even within players, right, if it's not executed correct, like properly, they're kind of like, what did I just experience right now, you know? Or like, this isn't for me. Like, what is, but then who is it for, right?
Yeah, that is actually really good. I would add to that quite similarly. I'll use a restaurant metaphor.
Hmm.
The chefs should stay in the kitchen and the manager should stay in the office. But both of them need to
Ah.
know what's going on
Right.
in each other's areas. Look, a manager will not tell a chef how to cook. Chef will not tell the manager how to run the restaurant. However, it's beneficial if both know what the hell is going on. Because
Yeah.
here's the thing. I think
who's
games
eating the
nowadays are facing I think games nowadays are getting way too ambitious for its own good. Because look,
Yeah. Oh,
in my honest
yeah.
opinion, it's not hard to make a fun game.
Mm.
And if there's one company that really falls into this pit, it's freaking Ubisoft. Like, look, I'm
Ah.
not saying don't be ambitious. No, do not bite off more than what you can chew, because I've said this before. Ubisoft can make quality games. Like I've played a lot of their games. No, they run well. They look good.
Yeah.
Very fun to play. If you remove any ambitious statements they made, you'd easily give it like an 8 out of 10 or a 7 out of 10. And yes, that is not a bad score.
Mm-hmm.
But when you put that
Relatively high, even.
yeah, when you put that pedestal, that ambitious pedestal on it, that's when you're like, "Oh, this game sucks," because
Uh-huh.
it's very ambitious and shit. I'm like, guys, if you cannot deliver on your ambition, it's gonna fucking fall really fucking hard. Again, if any of you have like played indie games, why do you think indie games get a lot more successful? Because the expectations are so fucking low.
Oh my
Because
god, yes.
Why you look at it, because again, price tags, a lot of people miss this. Price tags also dictate expectations.
It does.
There's
Yeah.
a difference between, dude, you're happy with a fucking chicken nugget? How much did I pay for these chicken nuggets? I'm happy.
Am I fed? Yes.
Yes. Did it taste good? Yeah. Especially for the price.
Yeah.
when you
Am
pay-
I full? Yes.
When you pay $100 for a really nice steak and then it fucking sucks, it doesn't just suck, it really sucks for you because you just spent $100. So you expect the steak to taste like $100. But if it tastes half that, you're doubly
8 ounce.
pissed. Yes, was that a clever way to
Steak.
do math? Yes, that's my entire point. But if you
Right.
pay for something that's like $2 and then it tastes like $1, you're like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, what did I expect? It's $2, whatever. It's fine. But when it's $100 and then it tastes like $50, you're like, whoa, fuck
It's-
this. I'm pissed.
It's funny because in the industry, there's a term called like customer satisfaction,
Mm-hmm.
and it's if they're not satisfied, then they're not like then it's not they're not coming back. They're
Yes.
they're it's that they felt like it was a loss, and that's a loss right there.
It is. And to kind of highlight, I hate how it's a Simpsons joke, but it's a clever joke. Look, because, yeah, like, basically, context. There's this fitness trainer who is offering his services to Homer. It's like $30 a month. And Homer's like, I can't afford that. Then he rephrases it, can you afford $1 a day? Yeah. And that highlights my entire point. You see the expectation? Just the rephrasing of that?
Mm.
See, the risk is already tied to the number. $30 a month. But in realistically, how much do you spend every day? You can easily afford that.
Right.
But that's the whole point of like, Yoko, what the hell does that have to do with pricing in games? when people see that price tag, $60, $70, that for them is an investment.
Mm-hmm.
Then you reflect, how many games do they buy during a sale every month? It sums
yeah.
up to about 60, 70, sometimes more.
Yeah.
But that means quantity over quality. No, that's because they
No,
bought a lot of high quality stuff.
The quality. Yeah.
At
Oh
a
yeah.
bargain.
You worded it so well. You worded it so well.
It's not that they're less quality and more no, it's a lot of high quality stuff.
Mhm.
The only difference is that because the price tag is so small, the expectation is small. If I literally pit together Signalis, yes, I found a way to bring it up again. If I were to put Signalis right next to Resident Evil, like the most comparable Resident Evil experience, Resident Evil 1 Remake, they'd probably both get the same scores as a survival horror game because they both nailed at and they're both quality. What's the difference? The fucking price tag. And that expectations, there are a lot of expectations people are unaware that they are applying to the games that they buy. Resident Evil is fucking Resident Evil. It's Capcom's most lucrative title. So they expect that game to be really fucking good.
Mhm.
No one has ever heard of Signalis. No one has ever heard of the company, quote unquote company, it's two people, that made the game. But because it looks good, that's already good enough for them. But they give it a 10 out of 10. For whatever slight blemishes the game might have, like maybe it's a bit janky here, maybe there are a few bugs, maybe it's too hard, they only spent $10 for it.
Yeah.
So it has less of an impact. But if they
It's
bought,
perception.
yeah, but if they bought
perception,
a
yeah.
$60 game, like what is a small blemish on a $10 game? Let's try to put it into monetary comparisons, right? A $10 game, like this blemish is maybe worth $1, $2, right? That's like
Yeah.
10, 20%. Like, okay, that's small because it's $10. Suddenly, you try to do the same thing for a $60 game. This blemish is worth $12. All of a sudden, you're like, I could have bought Signalis for this price.
Mm-hmm.
And people subconsciously do that to the games that they buy. That's
Yeah.
why I mentioned earlier. This is why this is the last question, because a lot of what we discussed earlier eventually compounds into this. There are so many problems that compounds on top of each other, and it boils down to this. I honestly think video games are getting way too ambitious for their own good. I've mentioned this before. It's not about less. It's about managing your expectations. You look at
Yeah.
Spider-Man 2. Am I saying that Spider-Man 2 is a bad game? Hell no. There's a reason why a lot of people rated it their game of the year. But there is a big problem with a game like that. Like, it's a superhero game, which is already niche.
Yeah.
The budget is insane. A lot of people forget that the budget is $250 million.
Yeah.
To break even, not even profit, but to break even, they have to sell at least, was it wait, I want to make sure my math is right. 4 million copies at $60 if they want to break even. And again, fighting games are also niche, but we celebrate even selling 500,000 copies or 1 million. That's a fucking achievement. And this is a single player game with a huge ass budget.
Right.
And they can barely celebrate 4 million copies because they haven't even profited. That's just breaking even.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And you see, that's where it's not really about, oh, that means you have to lower the graphics. No. I'm not saying lessen the graphics. No. Focus on what people are actually looking for.
Right.
And this speaks to a lot of games. Like, I'm really tired of games like, whoa, look at
Look at the upgrade of this engine. You can see the pores of your character's skin. Tell me again, what game am I playing? It's an action game. And and where is the camera? Oh, it's third person, a couple of meters behind your back, so you can see what's happening around you. So you're telling me that, wow, I can see the pores and the hair strands on my character's arm. The camera is a good 2-3 meters away from them. Meanwhile, all of the effects of me swinging my sword, the blood splatters, the hit sparks, the magic spells blowing up in my face is covering the thing that you guys are highlighting. Yeah. Do you not see that as a problem?
the what do you call it? The focus wasn't there.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying the focus is wrong.
No, yeah, right.
It's not a bad focus. No, it's an achievement. Yes, clap. Hell yes. Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yes. Nice. Look
But
at
it
that.
ain't it.
Link's
That's the thing, it ain't
Link's
it.
hair in Breath of the Wild has proper physics now. But I'm like, no, wait, that's actually genius because it stands out. It actually stands out when you're backflipping, when you're dodging, getting hit. You can really see the hair
Right.
physics.
Right.
But that's what they focus on because that fits the game.
Mm.
Like, how often are you going to look at, oh wow, Link's skin texture is so cell shaded? How often are you going to notice that when a lot of the time you're running away from enemies, you're on your horse, you're climbing stuff, you're gliding, the camera is zoomed out pretty far, and you're fighting shit,
Right.
right? And in a game that's first person, that is when, oh wow, I noticed that the gun looks really good. Wow, I can see the weathering because, you know, the gun is so close to the screen. But if the game is over the shoulder, whoa, look at the engraving of this gun. You can really see the tiny details, even the splinter on the wooden part. Bro, is this first person? No. Is there first person mode? No. What is the fucking point then? It's
Right.
really mismanaging a lot of things, I think, is what's plaguing the industry right now.
I mean, it's funny you mentioned ambitious because the game that came into mind for me was Cyberpunk, right?
Oh
It's
my
a-
god, thank
a
you.
game. Yes, it's a game that was so ambitious, highly anticipated, and then what happened?
It crashed and
It flopped. It was way too ambitious.
actually, wait. I would actually correct you there. It's not actually a flop because sales-wise, it was still very successful sales. I would call it
yes.
a disaster. That's exactly what it was. It was a disaster.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't a. Oh, yes, yeah.
It wasn't a flop because sales-wise,
They sales-wise they did well because of the anticipation, the marketing, the hype, you know. But as a game,
oh my god, everyone was shitting on. Everybody loved CD Projekt Red before that, but after that, everyone hated CD Projekt Red. One of the most
And that's-
beloved video game companies, by the way, was suddenly one of the
Yeah.
most hated ones. Like, oh dear, not good.
right, right. That's why it's funny you mentioned ambitious because that was a game that just like popped in my mind. Like, oh yeah, speaking of ambitious,
Yeah,
remember Cyberpunk?
remember Cyberpunk? And look, and because Cyberpunk, one of my favorite Cyberpunk themed games, Valhalla.
Oh,
You're literally a bartender. That's your gameplay. The gameplay is very simple. It's not overly ambitious. What did the game say? Valhalla, Cyberpunk, bartender simulator. That's exactly what I paid for. That's exactly what I got. Thank
That's what
you.
you
10 out
got.
of 10 game. When you're giving these messages to people who are potentially gonna buy your game, be very careful what you tell them. Because that honestly is kind of like how media works. Because if John was like saying like was trying to pitch a game and somebody asked him, hey, is there character customization in this game? And if in John's head she's like, just the hair color, but her words said kinda, because it kinda is. The media's gonna
yeah.
say full character customization. Like, bro, what the fuck?
where's the full?
Where's the full?
And I'm like, that's the thing. Even the slightest yet ambitious word that you say will be taken full blown out of context because it's so appealing as an ambition. That's why you have to be very careful. I'm not
Oh,
saying
yeah.
don't be ambitious. No, don't rest on your laurels. No. Try to
No.
outdo your competition. Yes.
Yeah.
But don't outdo yourself. Is what I'm saying.
outsell
Don't
yourself.
outdo
Don't
yourself.
Yeah.
It's like if the world record, it's like, yeah, this guy can run this 100-meter dash in 15 seconds. I could beat that. Oh, wow. By 14 seconds, so I can do it in 9. Are you sure?
You do it in 9.
I can do it in 9. I'm like, are you fucking sure about that? Because that's exactly my point. Like, when you're trying to beat your contemporaries, or at least be better, believe me, the bar is not that hard, in my honest opinion. If you're trying to beat Baldur's Gate 3 at their own game, believe me, it is not that difficult. Do you think a lot of people bought Baldur's Gate 3 before the game even came out because of all the voice acting, the cinematic, whatever? No. What did Baldur's Gate 3 at face value offer to the players? No microtransactions. It is offline.
Yep.
It's a full package with no planned DLCs.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun. But there's a deluxe edition, which is mostly in-game cosmetics. That's $5.
Right.
That is not tough to beat.
Nope.
That really is
The
not
value is
tough
there.
to beat. The value is literally right there. That's
Mhm.
why Baldur's Gate 3 to this date like has a lot of bang for your buck for the
Mhm.
price tag. Not even
Right.
just hours, just the amount of quality that game has is insane. And it's
Mhm.
only skyrocketed even further because they just recently added modding support. Oh my god.
The potential.
So to close on this, to sum up what John said and what I said.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, video games as a creative art form suffers almost the same problem as any other creative art form
yeah.
and benefits from the same thing too. Like,
Yeah.
the audience is a lot more educated. The audience are a lot more demanding, which means that the quality of these things, you cannot compare Mario now to Mario in the 90s. No, for better
Oh,
and
no.
for worse, you cannot.
There's just too much dare I say competition. There's just too many works out there for comparison.
Yeah, and of
Even.
course, this is where because it's a very lucrative, in my honest opinion, people underestimate how lucrative. I mean, well, not underestimate, but people clearly have seen how lucrative it is because look at how many, like, people are getting into games and how many adaptations we've had that are actually decent at worst, at the very least, rather, because they're tapping into our market. They are tapping
Right.
into the video game market. You look at Last
Yeah.
of Us. You look at freaking Fallout. You look at
Oh yeah.
Cyberpunk.
Fallout.
You look at Arcane.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
They're
League of Legends.
Yeah, they're tapping
Mhm.
into the video game market because they know how lucrative it is to appeal to that.
Mm-hmm.
There are probably so many people who have not watched a single anime, but the moment Arcane got announced, we're watching this shit. And there are people who watch anime but have never touched League of Legends that were like, you know what? Let's watch this shit because it's cool looking animation.
I mean, the perfect example was Cyberpunk when they released the anime.
Yes,
for
that
example,
too.
right? There
That
was
too.
when Cyberpunk was struggling and the anime came out, they used one of the the soundtracks in it, and now it's like
It's
popular.
everywhere.
It's
It is.
everywhere.
It's everywhere. And to say that the anime saved Cyberpunk is a little bit of a paradox
That's a little bit
because
a bit of a
it's
stretch.
you're not wrong, but you're correct. You're not wrong, but it's not completely the thing. No, what saved Cyberpunk
Right.
really was the 2.0 patch with Phantom Liberty. That
Oh,
that
yeah.
solidified
Oh, yeah.
Cyberpunk. However, a big chunk of why Cyberpunk was able to save itself from the ashes was because of Edge Runners, because
Oh yeah.
it just showcased how appealing of a video game universe it is.
The setting, the story, the
it's
potential.
and there was very little ambition in that
Mhm.
anime. It's very
Oh yeah.
it's a cruel parallelism. The
Yeah.
storyline of Cyberpunk Edge Runners is the most cyberpunk themed thing you can ever see in an anime. It's very simple, but it's so beautifully simple. It's simple
Yeah.
but beautiful. The complete
they-
opposite of the game. It's so
Yeah,
horribly
yeah.
ugly complicated. There,
Yeah.
like, as someone who played day one, there are a lot of really nice mechanics in this game. Really deep leveled stuff, but my god, the amount of bugs, the amount of unbearable, like, oh my god, you guys needed to cook this in the oven a lot longer. It marred my experience so badly.
They and in comparison, they gave it to Studio Trigger and was like, "Run with it." Studio Trigger's like, "Nice, here we go," and they
Yeah,
did
and
it so well.
What was Cyberpunk Edge Runners? It was a good anime. What did
Hmm.
Cyberpunk 2077 needed to be? A good game. The ideas ambitious. The game itself bad on launch.
Right.
Bad
right.
on launch. It became an example, a warning
A
that
warrant. Yeah.
unfortunately not many developers took to heart. They are still
Mhm.
doing this shit.
Yeah.
They are just like, "Whoa, look at this ambitious idea. It's gonna make us a lot of money."
They're like, "It sold well, and it sold well, and it
And-
sold well."
That's it. All they focus on. And who gets to suffer? Here's the worst part. The layoffs.
Oh, that's true.
Sadly, to end on a slightly sour note, yeah, that is, in my opinion, the biggest issue right now. Why is it
Mm.
that the decision makers are not the ones suffering for their own decisions, but it's the people at the lower
Right.
levels that are? It doesn't sit well
Right.
with me. Come on, Yoko. No one has ever done that. Satoru Iwata. When the
Ah,
Wii U flopped, what did he do? He cut his pay in half to keep everyone employed. No
mhm, mhm.
second thought, no hesitation.
Yeah. Yeah. It was
If-
like it's a team. It's a team.
And guys, he's not just a manager in Nintendo. He's the CEO of Nintendo
Mhm.
Japan. And
Mhm.
he did that. He took accountability. He proved that you can do that. To this day, unfortunately, to this day, no one has done that. No one close.
No,
No one has come close.
not in the gaming industry.
Not
no.
in the gaming industry. Especially when situations like this arise. I'm sick and tired of seeing layoffs. I'm like, literally after,
Yeah.
look at these record profits revenue we made this year. Yeah, bring out the champagne. This is gonna be the last glass of champagne because you're being laid off tomorrow. Yeah, what? How do you celebrate record-breaking profits and revenue with a fucking layoff? I don't fucking know.
Yeah. If there is any positive note to end on this, it's that at least with video games, there's a huge variety of potential
Yes.
out there for developers and programmers out there with the indie life.
Yes.
Like it takes now like titles where you don't need to have a it's nice, of course, it's always nice if they had a multi-million budget, but
You don't need
sometimes
that
you can
anymore.
have you don't need that where you have certain franchises, or not even franchises, but like I guess franchises that still really do well. Like some titles that can do well
Yeah.
from smaller publishers or smaller you know.
And I'll
Company.
also add to that. Despite all the bad stuff happening in the video game industry right now, you have to admit it's a very exciting time to be a fan of video games right now. It is
It
a
is.
very exciting time because I am a firm believer of competition breeds excellence. And honestly, no other pair of games embody that best than World of Warcraft and FF14 right now.
they are constantly trying to outdo each other in a good
Mhm.
way, in a very
Mhm.
good way.
Mhm.
And they are still trying and succeeding for the most part because WoW is being talked about in an oddly really good way right now. Because again, FF14 showed them like, hey, you guys are not the only big dog in this in this yard. So WoW had to step up. WoW had to actually like, yeah, okay,
Ah.
we cannot rely on our name alone. Like we have to actually live up to our name. And a lot
Right.
of games right now are doing that. Like again, Monster Hunter Wilds. I know I just kind of contradicted myself. Like, please don't be ambitious. But you look at Wilds, it's insanely ambitious.
It is very ambitious.
However, the reason why Capcom can sort of get away with that is because they have been doing hard hits for the past few games they've released.
They have, yeah.
They haven't been taking any huge L's for the past few games. So everyone has a lot of trust in them. That's why
Mhm.
they can do that. So yeah,
Right.
right now it's a really exciting time to be a fan of video games or, someone who likes to play video games because wow, there is no shortage of great games out there to look forward to and to play. Both single player,
yeah.
multiplayer, whatever. There are a lot of games for us, quality games to play for us right now.
Yeah, and just more and more like there's such a huge library now, like even from the indie scope of like what's coming out now, like small titles that are absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All
Hmm.
right. That will be it for episode 45 of Shrine Talk. Thank you again so much, Jan, for being my guest today. For
Yeah,
today's
thank you for
episode.
having me. Thank you for having me. This topic is so interesting to me, and I really like I really thought about it. Like I had to think about it. Like like sometimes you forget when you're playing a game. Like why did I like this game, and what about it that I like about it versus some other games, and is it just a me thing, or is it like why do we feel away? You know?
Yeah, it's something that we expose ourselves to every day, yet we barely, we barely take time, even just like 10 minutes to like think about like, huh.
Yeah.
Of course, for those, Bansa, thank you so much for the hydrate and posture check combo. I will do that. You too, Gian.
Yeah.
Everyone
No,
in
thank
chat
you again
too.
for having me.
Thank you
Yeah.
for being a guest here. Thank you again.
Of course, and thank you everyone for listening to our our 10 cents.
Our
Right?
our first freaking official collab. Jesus Christ, I need to do this more with you guys. But my God, time zone difference
Oh
be
my gosh.
tough.
Well, yeah, it is pretty
But-
tough, but I was good. You and I have pretty similar. I mean, calendaring was difficult. Thank you for making time to have me on
Oddly
here as
enough,
well.
despite having that time zone, I'm like, why the hell are you guys awake at this hour? Like, yay,
I-
but I'm like, why?
Tips also had asked. Tips is also one of our Nekotama siblings, and he had also asked, like, why are you awake at this hour? And well, what can I say? We are creatures of the night at this. Well, for us, it's creatures of the night, and I also said I was born in the wrong time zone.
Yeah, I remember. And of course, Foxtrots, if you have not followed Gian, please kindly do so. She's on Twitch and she's also on YouTube.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
of course, what I always do before we end the episode, John, the red carpet is yours. If you have any shoutouts or announcements you wanna make on the stream, you have my permission and encouragement to do so.
Well, sure. Inani, thank you for having me once again. This was really fun, and I'm so happy I was able to collab with you. Let's play some more games in the future.
Yes.
Splatoon.
Bet.
But other than that, you can catch me like I said. I am on YouTube and Twitch Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, and you'll also catch me on Twitch sometimes on Wednesdays. I stream drawing, a little bit of spoopy games, chaotic games, and what else? But I think that's pretty much it. But yeah, tomorrow I am streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. I'm playing Killer Frequency. We're gonna yap for over an hour, and then we're just gonna jump into Killer Frequency. So if you want to watch some of that, I'll be there. Yeah.
If y'all need her schedule, I'm pretty sure she posted it on the Bird app. So yeah, take a look at that.
Yeah. Yeah, you can also catch it on the community channel for those that don't use the Bird app anymore. So, yeah, so you'll catch it there.
All right. This has been Inari Yoko, your host for Shrine Talk, episode 45, and of course, my guest John. Thank you so much for being a very talkative, informative, lovely guest of the podcast. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you
And-
for having me.
Yes, we'll see you all in our respective streams. I believe, John, when is your next stream?
Tomorrow, which should be the same time as your time, I guess, in a sense. Almost.
Almost.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile,
around the same hour.
Foxtrots, I will be taking a brief break before I play some Hunt Showdown in a bit. So, yep, I'll see y'all in a few minutes. And, well, John, we'll see y'all in a couple of hours or tomorrow, I guess. Yes, thank you again. And we'll
Yeah,
see you
probably.
all in our respective streams soon.
Bye
Yeah.
bye.